is a presentation of Sertoba Media and Comey Media Incorporated.
Well. The Bears, they had a 15-12 win. Unfortunately, though, for them, the Commanders said,
"Surprise, motherfucker."
You're watching Total Football Talk. Welcome to Total Football Talk. Hard-hitting, grind action, news, and fun, just the way you like it. I am one of the co-hosts of this program, Cole Johnson, a.k.a. the Mad Scientist, and the EP of all EPs. And no, I am not alone. I am joined by the other co-hosts of this program. That's right, Mr. Commander's Gridiron Report, Mr. In or Out Sports Debate, and the man that is known as D. Willie. And today, he's probably known as the most hyped Commanders fan going today. How you doing, man?
Doing great today, brother, as we the ones.
Oh, man. He has a Commanders foam hand. Nice.
Because we
gosh. You should want. You're the ones.
Oh, man. Yesterday's game was, as we talked about it before the show started, it's like I'm still trying to find the words to express them. And you probably gave me the best advice that I've heard yet. Is I'm not going to be able to find all the words to express them. It's still just to think about that play. And we'll definitely go more over that play, as the show goes on. But
oh, sure.
Still digesting what happened yesterday is very surreal experience. It's like we talked about. You can plan events, you can plan trips, you can plan to go do things, but you can't even draw this up. Like, you don't even expect this to happen. I mean, even if you play the video game Madden, it doesn't go this way for you usually when you have 5 seconds left in all those yards. You usually don't get the ball with 25 seconds left in the game after the wind's been taken out of your sails by a man who paints his fingernails and wears a purse and throws the quarterball. There's a football around, okay? You don't think it's going to happen that you're going to be able to come back against the fingernail man, okay? We're going to call him the fingernail man. That's my nickname for him on Total Football Talk, the fingernail man.
Did he say a purse, though?
I think the Commanders proved that the Bears expletive it up in the draft this past year. They picked the wrong guy.
Well, if we're judging by this game, I guess you could say so. I mean, one looked pretty good. The other, until the fourth quarter, looked rather suspect. Sorry, I don't mean to go along the same tangent as you with the fingernail and the fingernail paint and the purse, but suspect just fits. Well, you're not the only one who's happy. Dante, our resident Eagles fan, he's happy. He says, "What's up, guys? I thought I missed the show." No, you didn't. We decided to just roll up a little later so we can actually do this up right.
Yeah, Mainly on me because I needed rest today. Normally we're doing this show from 11 to 2. I'm getting in the car, going to work afterwards, and working a 10-hour to 12-hour night. And I'm actually on vacation this week. So with the perks of that, we get to start a little bit later. I appreciate Cole for working with me to let me take my time to get myself together because the gears were turning really slow this morning. I was wiped. Like the emotion, the feeling in that stadium, the energy that it took from me being there. I mean, it's good. There's a lot of positive there,
Mm-hmm.
but I didn't realize it until I woke up about how drained I was. So it was get the caffeine, get the sugar, get a shower, get the gears turning. Now we're here. Talk football with you.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. And since we are talking football, let's start that off. Let's do the opening drive.
All right, let's go. We got trips, right? At 42, 989. On two. Ready? Ready.
And before we get things started, let us introduce the man who is the Ed McMahon of the Snowman in the Morning show. The man that is Victor Locke or V like a 3 or the words that we call him. He is known by
How can this vacation get any better?
He
I
says
don't know how.
He says good morning to one and all in the TFT tribe. I bowed to the big game hunter of Dumpster Pelicans worldwide, Sensei Drew Willingham. And the EP of all EPs, Cole Johnson. Thank you, sir. Glad that you're aboard. Sorry about the Cowboys taking it on the chin last night, but you can still be happy, though. You're still in the playoff hunt, even though the game didn't go the way you wanted it to go. All right. Now, before we head into covering all the games, the Monday night affairs from last week, you had the Ravens that beat down and beat up on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers 41-31 after spotting them a 10-0 lead and then racing out to 34 unanswered points. And then the unfortunate happening of Mike Evans and Chris Godwin of the Bucs going down with injuries, especially Chris Godwin. Whew, that was brutal. And later on that night, the Cardinals and the Chargers decided to hold a Monday night game. The Cardinals beat the Chargers on the last second field goal 17-15. And Dante, you were right. That was a dumpster pelican of a game.
Yes.
That should have been a Thursday night game. The fact that it was a Monday night game sucked. Yes.
That's I
Yeah.
can't do
Yeah.
it. I can't. Not with that one. No. He's right.
Yeah, Dante's right. That's why I ain't arguing it. He was nail on the head correct. I'm like, man, that thing was horrible.
Spot on.
Uh-huh. We will get things started with Thursday night's game, which was almost an upset of the week. But it wasn't. And you'll know why. The Rams, they hosted the Vikings. The Vikings were coming off of a disappointing loss to the Lions. The Rams are trying to find their way in the NFC West that is jumbled and mediocre, and they succeeded. They beat the Vikings 30-20. Matthew Stafford, 25-34, 279 yards, 4 touchdowns, and a pick. Did have 3 carries for -4 yards as well. Kieran Williams, 23 carries for 97 yards. He also had 5 receptions for 19 yards and a touchdown. Puka Nacua, coming off of IR, 7 receptions, 106 yards. He also had 2 carries for 5 yards. And also we saw a Cooper Kupp sighting as well. He ended up actually having a touchdown reception. Jared First on defense. He had a tackle for loss, 3 quarterback hits, and a sack and a half of Sam Darnold, who was decent, okay. 18-25, 240 yards, 2 touchdowns, 3 carries, 6 yards, and a 90-degree head. Well, that's because the safety that he suffered, he had his head turned 90 degrees. from the rest missing a face mask. I'm sorry, my bad. Oops. Justin Jefferson, 8 receptions, 115 yards, and Byron Murphy for the Vikings defense that was the calling card of the team. Now it seems like it's their Achilles heel. An interception. Your thoughts on the Rams beating the Vikings?
How important it was for them to get Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp. It makes me wonder with the production out of not only one but both of the wide receivers, if Cooper Kupp is truly on the trade market. Because why would you want to trade away those pieces when you still have a chance to make a run? Now, if this was like a week or so from now, and you had lost that game and this upcoming week's game as well, I probably would be okay with you trading him at this point. But the Rams have a chance. Rams have a chance to still do something with their season. I mean, look at the production that you got out of both and how important that both of them mean to this offense because of what they couldn't do without them. Beating a team the caliber of the Vikings, I mean, it's a tough loss for the Vikings because they had just lost the week prior after starting 5-0. They're now 0-2 in the past 2 weeks. The Rams, now with Matthew Stafford looking like Matthew Stafford of old almost, threw for almost 300 yards, 4 touchdowns. Yeah, he had a pick. But when you look back, coming off of a 4-day rest, and they had just won the previous Sunday against the Raiders. Yeah, they had a bye week the week before that,
right?
And it lost to the Packers and it lost to the Bears in consecutive games from those 2 games. But coming back from the bye week and winning the 2 games after losing 2 games before the bye, I'd say the Rams team is on a pretty good turnaround here, and I think it's a little too soon to pull the trigger on trading Cooper Kupp. You need to at least wait through this upcoming week's game and see how this goes, because if I remember right, the trade deadline is not till November 5th.
That's correct.
So you still have time. You can still weigh out your options, and if you win this upcoming week's game, you win against the Seahawks, I'd say you need to keep Cooper Kupp because I liked what I saw in this Thursday night matchup. Now, Sam Darnold was contained a little bit by the defense on the Rams side, which, looking at it for what it was this past Thursday night, I don't think the Rams defense is as good. They are definitely not the Super Bowl Rams defense from what we saw 3 years ago. Okay. No. But in flashes throughout this game, it looked like they were. And I don't think that was the Rams living up to that nature. I think that was more on the hands of the Vikings helping them look that good. Meaning Sam Darnold, in certain cases, in certain plays, here and there, was reverting back to old Sam Darnold status. When you think about the fact that he only put up 20 yards on the game. Yeah, he did. 20 points in the game. Yeah, he did throw for 240 passing yards. Yeah, he only had 7 incompletions out of 25 attempts. But when you look at it for what it is, when you think about Justin Jefferson getting 8 receptions for 115 yards, the biggest thing, instead of relying on Sam Darnold, yes, I said what I said with him reverting back, but if you hand the ball off a little bit more and you establish the run a little bit more, you don't have to overly expose Sam Darnold. And the reason why I said what I said is because if you continue to do that, he's going to truly revert to Sam Darnold old form and throw interception after interception after interception. It's going to come if you don't play your cards right. And it all starts with you need to lean more heavily on the run, because the run game is part of what got you those first 5 wins in those first 5 games.
You hit the nail on the head for me. That's the issue that I'm seeing with the Vikings. And it's leading to their defense being out on the field longer than they should. That running game needs to return. You got Aaron Jones for a reason. Utilize him. That's the way I look at it. And I agree. I think we got a chance to see him now go against two good quality quarterbacks in Jared Goff and Sam Darnold in back-to-back weeks, and both outplayed him in both the games that they played. So, yeah, I agree with you. More of the running game will equal less of the Vikings defense have to play hero ball, and definitely less of Sam Darnold having to be the guy to bring the points and the yards and the production from him. He could do some, but he can't do it all. And if you rely on him to do it all, problematic, as you've seen, because now we're talking about the Vikings being a 5-2 team instead of either 6-1 or 7-0. And as for your point for the Rams, they are still in last place in the NFC West, but they're only a half a game out of first place. All right, let's start our Sunday games, shall we? The Eagles and the Bengals. Oh my goodness!
Do we have to?
I know. Now I know. Now I know Dante's very happy. I mean,
yeah, I know.
Because I would say that the game they played last Sunday in the Meadowlands was probably the best game that the team overall has played. But I really liked how they looked here. 37-17. They went to Cincy. They basically just had a business meeting, took care of business there. Jalen Hurts, economical. I love this stat line. I want to see this stat line more with him because I think you all could succeed with him. 16-20, 236 yards and a throwing touchdown. 10 rushes for 37 yards with 3 rushing touchdowns. Now, yeah, 10 carries. I think it's about the top end of what I want to see how many times number 1 is called. Saquon Barkley, 22 carries, 108 yards. He did have receptions of 3 yards. And we saw Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown eat at the same time. Devontae Smith, 6 receptions, 85 yards and a touchdown. A.J. Brown, 5 receptions for 84 yards. And even on defense, we got a chance to see C.J. Gardner-Johnson get a pick. And even Jake Elliott, 3 of 3 from field goals. So the special teams gave you some points. And then Joe Burrow, 26-37, 234 yards, a touchdown and interception, 3 carries, 15 yards, and no one else did anything of significance for the Bengals. Your thoughts on this game?
Just happy for Dante. Happy for Eagles fans. Man, I like competitive rivalries. It makes the competition really well and definitely makes things more interesting because it looks like between the Commanders and the Eagles, it's going to be between those two teams, for the division this year, especially after what we saw last night. But when you look at the Eagles and the Bengals game, I wanted to stab myself in the eye with a spork while watching the highlights of this game. Basically, when you look at the Bengals and how the Bengals have produced in this game, I mean, this is an absolute travesty to watch. I mean, they were starting to look like they were getting respectable again with getting to 3-4 last week. Okay,
yeah,
especially with how it started. When you go against a team like the Eagles, yes, they were just in the Super Bowl a couple of years ago, but they have had their own struggles this year too. The biggest thing that helped them out was getting Saquon Barkley going like they have been throughout moments this year. 22 carries, 108 yards. They definitely established the run in this game.
And really did. Yeah.
Had the Vikings been able to do that on Thursday, you'd be able to talk about them in a similar light as far as being able to win a game based on their production from their running backs. So you gotta tip your hat to Saquon Barkley for that, because him setting everything up through the run game. You got Devontae Smith being able to get 6 receptions for 85 yards and a touchdown because of it. Jalen Hurts not turning the ball over was also huge and only having 4 incompletions.
Yes, sir.
Throughout this game, looking at how things were, it's not looking good for the Bengals. It's not looking good for old Zach, the head coach over there. It's not looking good for him if they keep dropping games like this. 20 points. I mean, when you go into halftime and you're tied, it's tied at halftime. Okay, you come out, you drop 27 points between the third and fourth quarter, and you can only put up 7 to those 27 points? What in the expletive are you doing in the NFL? That's what I was thinking when I was watching these highlights. Joe Burrow going to Arrowhead, calling it Burrowhead. That was short-lived because everybody else is having a turn with this team, and having a turn in the way that you think I'm saying it is exactly how I'm saying it. So, if you were the Bengals, you need to get it together real fast because everybody's having a turn with you this year, buddy.
Well, the only positive for the Bengals is that they are playing in a division that has the Browns in it. Oh, wait a minute. Deshaun Watson is no longer the starting quarterback. Well, that might be a thing of the past for them. Yeah, it's just horrible for them. Defensively, they can't stop a cold, and offensively, they're just out of sync. Here is what the Bengals want to do. They want to have some sort of connection, especially if it's of a deep variety. 1 or 2 deep passes between Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase. You stop that from happening, and the whole team is done for. With 0 connections like that with Jamar Chase and Joe Burrow, and you see a 20-point blowout L they took at home to the Eagles. The Bengals are 3-5. The Eagles, they are now 5-2, and the talk of they look all out of jointed. They look uneven. And this last 3 games, they're looking pretty good. I mean, on both sides of the ball.
Hang on. You got Dante's comment up here.
Oh, yeah. He says, look, not going to lie. Went to sleep at the Devontae Smith touchdown. Those Cincinnati white jerseys are an eyesore. Drop the mic, Dante. Yes. I hate those white jerseys with the white helmets to boot. I hate it. But I'm not going to go. I could go on the soapbox about all these jerseys and uniforms, but I'm not.
Hey, also shout out to, it looks like a new comment
Mickey.
we have.
Oh yeah, well, shout out to them. I'm gonna shout out to Mickey first. What's up, Mickey? It's good to see you, my brother. It's been a minute. Yeah. And yes, Jade Lover 82. It is good to see you. Glad that you're aboard. New tribal member. He says, "Hail Maryland." That's right.
If you were one of the ones that I met in attendance yesterday, then yes, we the ones.
Oh Lord!
And thank you for subscribing. Thank you for tuning in to our program. And if you were one of the ones that I got a picture with yesterday, you might pop up on the show here in a little bit when we cover that game.
Oh, yeah, definitely will. Oh my gosh! Now the OTCs in my head. Okay. All right.
Don't get me started with that. Did you watch SmackDown last week?
I did. The Tennessee Titans and the Detroit Lions.
52 points.
Now, this is for the Lions because they looked absolutely beautiful. I mean, 35 points in the second quarter. I have no issue. 35 points for the half of me. 21 points in the second quarter. I have no issue with the Lions. But, man, they basically punked the Titans horribly. 52-14 was the final score, and the Lions eased up on the Titans because it was like 49-7, I think, in the middle of the third quarter. Jared Goff, to tell you that this team is about running with this stat line is an understatement. 12 of 15, 85 yards and 3 touchdowns. You would think, well, hey, this is QB master territory. Why throw when the running game is going? There's no point. He also had a carry for 1 yard, but Jahmyr Gibbs, 11 carries, 127 yards and a touchdown. He also had a reception for 6 yards, but that 127, that was part of a rushing attack that gave them 164 yards on the ground. Defense, you had Kirby Joseph and Trevor Novoski, who gave them each a pick. Even had a punt return for a touchdown. And then there are the Titans. Mason Rudolph, probably the best. This is probably the best stat line for a Titans QB all year. And I mean this with all of my heart. 22-38, 266 yards, a touchdown and 2 interceptions, 4 carries of 29 yards, and a rushing touchdown. And I feel bad for both Calvin Ridley and Tony Pollard because they actually ate in this game. Pollard with 20 carries to 94 yards, 3 receptions, for 23 yards. And Calvin Ridley, 10 receptions for 143 yards. He did have a in the game. And on defense, Arden Key. He was pretty good this game, too. 2 tackles for losses, 3 quarterback hits, and 2 sacks. All right. How would you describe this 52-14 whitewashing of the Titans that the Lions displayed at Ford Field?
I'm still trying to digest you being nice to Mason Rudolph.
As I said this at work when he was a member of the Steelers and my manager is a Steelers fan. I said, "Oh yeah, Mason Rudolph. Yeah, he is the man that his quarterback that has 4 thumbs on each hand." I still believe he has 4 thumbs on each hand. But yes, this is the best stat line a Titans quarterback has performed all year. Yes, you heard correct.
Just when you say it with the tones that you did, and he throws 2 interceptions. I had to mute myself for a second because I was losing it for a second. I'm like, I've never seen Cole be this nice to somebody who had multiple turnovers. It was great, but look at this game.
That's how bad the Titans' offense has been, especially with quarterbacking.
You know, we had I did look at the highlights later on in the night, but we had Red Zone on my phone because I have like this little prop up thing for the phone, and we had Red Zone on, and it that game turned ugly fast.
It did.
It because that was one of the 1 o'clock games. It turned ugly fast, and it's based on that Titans team is overall just. I'm trying to be as nice as you are, and that's your rival team. Like you were nicer than I feel like I'm about to be, and you're the one that absolutely hates the team.
Oh yeah, and I do, and I'm being legitimate and complimentary. Yes, that's the best stat line a Titans QB has performed all year.
The sad thing is they had established the run in this game.
Yeah.
Tony Pollard had 20 carries, 94 yards. I mean, they didn't absolutely suck on the day or some reason, but he threw for nearly 300 yards. But, the turnovers do hurt. But even if you wipe those 2 turnovers away and you score 2 touchdowns, you still lose 52-28. The bad thing is this team, the Titans have a day like the day that if they play like they did against the Lions, they're gonna win against at least half the teams in the league if they play the way that they did, or it's gonna come down to the wire, right?
Yeah.
But this Lions team is clicking on all cylinders all season long. Are they undefeated? No, but they have been clicking on all cylinders even throughout a loss. And this team was the preseason favorite to represent the NFC in a Super Bowl. And it's still a pretty high favorite for that to happen. Yeah. And I'm not going to, that's why people are drinking the Kool-Aid on the jersey I'm wearing today. I am loving it as a fan of the franchise. But the one team that you still have to bow down and give the respect to is the Detroit Lions.
For now,
because
no question.
Even before this game against the Titans, let's be real, Cole. 28 out of the 31 teams around the league can mollywop the Titans, okay? But very few can beat them to the nature of what the Lions did yesterday. Maybe a handful, okay? Maybe. And that number decreases when you think about the caliber of talent that's on the Detroit Lions in comparison to the other teams in that same handful.
Yeah.
The Lions still continue to impress me with each and every week, and the Lions continue to be my NFC favorite to represent the league in the Super Bowl. And they displayed it against one dumpster Pelican team. Yes, but I will at least give the praise where it's necessary and say the Titans did the best they could. Okay, they did the best they could. And even if they didn't turn the ball over, their best still wouldn't be good enough to beat this Lions team. That's why I don't know who out there in the NFC. And I'm not saying AFC teams. I'm saying I don't know who out there truly in the NFC is going to be able to knock off the Lions just yet. Because it's definitely I don't foresee it to be the Commanders. I don't foresee it to be anybody in the NFC East. It's definitely not going to be the Buccaneers. Put an F in front of that B, okay? And it's not going to be the Falcons. Take the F from the Falcons, swap it with the Buccaneers. Okay. All right. Neither of those teams are going to beat the Lions in the playoffs. And the Titans aren't even going to sniff the playoffs for the AFC. So let's circle it back around and say this right here. Will Levis is the problem. Even though he didn't play, they lost because of Will Levis. It is Will Levis' fault. Because had they drafted the right quarterback and built the right team around somebody who doesn't act like a racist and throw their helmet, they would be in a better spot right now.
But he claimed he didn't do that, though. Sucker. Anyway.
It's on video.
I know it is. The Titans, they fall to 1-6. I'm so sorry.
No, you're not.
Oh, to a better team that got their butts whooped by 38. It could not have happened better. Thank you, Lions. You helped made my wonderful Sunday better by beating the scourge of the NFL, that is the Tennessee Titans. Thank you. And they have the reverse record of the Titans. They now go to 6-1. Thank you, Lions. Gosh, I can't stand the doggone Titans. Before we continue, Pizzle, what's up, my man? I hope everything is good in your world. Well, I take that back. I hope everything is good as it can be in your world. I would love for to say that it's the case because, oh my goodness, the team that you root for is coming up now. So, Pizzle is a huge Dolphins fan, and Tua Tagovailoa, he made his return, and they hosted the Cardinals. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think Tyreek Hill also made his return too to the lineup. And with the last-second field goal, unfortunately, the Dolphins had to eat yet another.
Day is made.
28-27. Kyler Murray, I actually have to admit, this is probably one of his better games. He threw it a little too much for my liking, but still, 26-36, 307 yards and 2 touchdowns. He also had 5 carries for 19 yards. Trey McBride, probably his most reliable target, or at least his, I guess, security blanket. 9 receptions, 124 yards. The Wunderkind of the team, Marvin Harrison Jr., he had 6 receptions for 111 yards and a touchdown. On special teams, Chris Ryland, he did have two field goals. The game winner was from 34. He had a long, though, in that game. And if I'm not mistaken, I think it was a long of the week from 57. But the man who came back from a concussion that he suffered about a month ago, Tua Tagovailoa, 28 of 38, 234 yards and a touchdown. He also had 3 carries for 13. Devon Achane, who I think he and Raheem Mostert, I think that is where that offense should revolve around, because I think it will make Tyreek Hill even more potent if that's the case, and especially Jalen Waddle on the other side. 10 carries, 97 yards, 6 receptions, 50 yards, and a receiving touchdown. And the Dolphins offense, credit to them, they established a run with 150 yards when unfortunately that running back by committee just simply did not pull this game out. your thoughts on the Cardinals beating the Dolphins on the road?
It was about time the Cardinals, I would say won a type of game at the end that really truly impressed me because it's been a pretty depressing year. Yes, they're 4-4. They finally get back to 500. And yes, it's a pretty depressing year for the Dolphins too, but I'll touch on that in a second. The one thing that's been really frustrating Kyler Murray and has been in the reports is how they cannot get Marvin Harrison Jr. going. And the fact that they were able to do so with 6 receptions and 111 yards and a touchdown was huge in this game, especially when you think about who they're playing when Tua Tagovailoa is coming back. Trey McBride, led the day on receptions and yards. But I would say the story is more so on Marvin Harrison Jr. because they have had inconsistencies with the two of them being on the same page this year. Yeah. And it was definitely great to see the two of them finally start clicking. I'm glad they waited till after they played the Commanders to get clicking. Okay. I'm just going to say that right now. I'm just glad that happened.
No wrong with that.
So, yeah. Got to eat. Got to eat when you can.
Exactly.
And we did. But the Dolphins, I feel bad for them. I especially feel bad for A. Pizzle. But at the same time, wishy-washy talent, loyal talent, people who are real and consistent, those are the ones who win. If you're inconsistent, if you're a flake, if you don't show up on a regular basis, you will lose. People like that lose. Teams like that lose. And this management of the Dolphins and the way that they have been handling this Tua Tagovailoa situation, they're just as flaky as some of the fair-weathered fans for some of these teams out here in the NFL. If you really cared about your quarterback, or a quarterback really cared about himself, he wouldn't have even been in this game. Shouldn't have been playing whatsoever. This is karma, and I'm not going to sit here and try to convince you to pick another team, because believe me, I went through a name change twice. Okay, all right. I've been with that team since they were 3-13, 4-12, 6-10, 4-13 after a 17-game season. Okay, the true ones get the rewards. It's time that you get the true ones if you remain consistent and show up regularly.
Well, I don't have to say anything about what I feel about Tua being back on the field. That pretty much is how I feel too. I'll look at it this way. The positive is, yes, the connection of Marvin Harrison Jr. and Kyler Murray. That's looking good. Yeah, well, you already mentioned the negative. Oh, and A. Pizzle, Dolphins fan, he says no lies detected, which I agree. 100. And yes, I agree with you, sir. Every day above ground is a great day. Some just a question with another. I agree with you there too. And Dante says, look, I thought Tua looked good, but but the defense was MIA. See what I did there? He said he forgot the Eagles' blunder against the Falcons. Well, that was only one drive. But hey.
We still were nicer to them because they are not the Tennessee Titans.
They most certainly are not. Thank the Lord. The Cardinals, they improved to 4-4, and if I'm not mistaken, I think they actually were tiebreakers. Technically lead the NFC West right now. The Dolphins, unfortunately, they fall to 2-6, but that's okay. They have company in the AFC East with the 2-6 record. All right. Speaking of company, well, we have, the Jets and the Patriots, the two other AFC East teams that are sharing the basement along with the Dolphins. And this warms my heart because the Jets, after beating down the Patriots last month in the Meadowlands, took it hard on the chin, 25-22. And yes, Mr. Aaron Rodgers, you, sir, you take this one with you as well.
You guys want to hear a fucking story?
Yes.
The Jets absolutely suck, and it's because of Aaron Rodgers. That made me feel real good to say that. 25-22, there is no reason on earth the Jets should lose to the Patriots like this. Drake May started off things 3 of 6, 23 yards and a touchdown, 3 receptions, 46 yards and a touchdown rushing, but he got pulled for Jacoby Brissett. 15 of 24, 132 yards. He also had 3 carries for 11. Aaron Rodgers, 17 of 28, 233 yards, 2 touchdowns. So you're not reverting back to the MPP form back when you were the pack. Never mind. You're too old. Breece Hall, where you all need to actually have your offense surround itself with 16 carries, 80 yards, still not enough. A reception for 9 yards. Garrett Wilson, who unfortunately had a real bad last Sunday night game. Son, if the ball's near you, corral it. Don't have it bounce off you. You're not bulletproof. Oh, my bad. 5 receptions, 113 yards. And then you wasted a wonderful defensive effort from Quentin Williams, your best player on the team. A tackle for loss, 2 quarterback hits in the second half. Your thoughts on this absolutely atrocious game that the Jets gave away?
I know we're quick to point the trigger at Aaron Rodgers. All right, so people are going to probably be like, "What the hell are you going to be talking about here?" Because this is people are like all pointing the fingers to Aaron Rodgers. Let me remind you this, okay? Just because he looks like Jay Cutler switched uniforms, smoked a pack of Marlboros, and got on the field, okay, doesn't mean it's all his fault. Does Aaron Rodgers play defense? No. All right. Aaron Rodgers didn't give up 25 points to the Patriots. Okay. Let's just remember that and call it for what it is. Now, did the team put up stats that are worthy of a win? Yes, because when you look in comparison to the Patriots stats, they shouldn't have been anywhere close to scoring 25 points. Because your top leading rusher had 20 carries, but put up 48 yards on the day, averaged 2.4 yards per carry. How does your defense let him score 2 touchdowns with numbers like that? Drake May even had 3 carries for 46 yards and a touchdown and averaged more yards per carry than his running back.
Yes.
Okay. And then you got to think about Jacoby Brissett was in there and put in some work too. But these absolute run numbers from the Patriots are trash. And they don't usually equal out to mustering up wins. So to me, did Aaron Rodgers throw interceptions in this game? Did he fumble the football?
No, but
so I mean, when you look at that, and then you look at the receivers for the Jets, I mean, Garrett Wilson still put up 113 yards receiving on 5 catches. Devontae Adams did a little bit better than he did in his debut game. Still not Devontae Adams like numbers of what they should be with Aaron Rodgers. But, considering the fact that, Aaron Rodgers had 11 incompletions, but he did complete 17 of 28. He had 233 yards, 2 touchdowns. I think a lot of people are quick to drop the hammer on Aaron Rodgers because he's not throwing 300-plus yard games consistently. And I think that what I'm saying would be a little bit more received. The reception would be better if he was winning games, right? But the Jets have had issues in multiple facets for many years, not just at quarterback. Part of it has been their defense. I think you need to look at the defense of the Jets. You need to look at Hassan Reddick. You need to look at all the issues that's been going on with that in the offseason and how him coming over to the team was supposed to be a huge, huge boost to the defense. Where the blank was he in this game? Oh, that's right. He didn't play.
No.
So everybody wants to point the finger at Aaron Rodgers for the miscues on offense. But I think we need to point the direction of where the Jets season is going more at the overall selfishness of the team. Because if people weren't so hungry and greedy with trying to grab all this money and skipping games, this team wouldn't be in the position that it's in, because the morale would have been a little bit better had the X factor that I'm talking about signed the contract and did exactly what he did midway through the season during the off season, during the preseason, or at least by the end of training camp. It's situations like that if historically proven that can be the disruptor of the franchise. I think too many people are going out there and headhunting for Aaron Rodgers too quick, rather than pointing the real fingers where they need to be pointed at.
All right. Well, I'll tack it on the other side. Yes, I agree with you. Woody Johnson, the fact that he's not addressing the need in the room, which is team camaraderie, and decided that he thought, well, the team just needed a boost in leadership and getting rid of Robert Saleh because he didn't want him in the first place. And actually thought Aaron Rodgers just by himself would be the one to propel the Jets to a place they have not been in 55 years, or I should say 56 years. Yes, I think that's where you should draw a lot of those bows and arrows. You should have them go toward Woody Johnson. However, is Aaron Rodgers absolved the blame?
Hell to the no, to the no, 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 no. Hell no, no, to the no, no.
If you need an attorney, hit me up.
You see, Aaron Rodgers thinks this way.
I think I got my swagger back. Oh, oh, oh. Hell to the no, to the no, 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 no. Hell no, no, to the no, no.
I didn't say anything like that.
Aaron Rodgers thinks that with Devontae Adams, this team could actually be a playoff squad.
Hell to the no, to the no, 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 no. Hell no, no, to the no, no.
Not anymore.
No, I hope he doesn't. And I have to say, I have a change of heart. I actually like Aaron Rodgers. He is the salt of the earth. He is the greatest quarterback that's ever laced it up in the NFL. I mean, there could not possibly be any other quarterback in the world that could be better than Aaron Rodgers, even at age 40, almost 41 in a month plus time. Aaron Rodgers is the greatest quarterback of all time.
That was a lie.
Okay, thank you. You see, I couldn't zoom in anymore.
I'm sorry. I even had to lean it even further because it's like, oh, he's gonna keep coming. Oh, I'm gonna keep having him zoom closer. No. I agree with you. I'm not saying that 100% of the problem of the team is on Aaron Rodgers, but it's a lot on his weight, because I think it started with him thinking, well, I don't need to be in OTAs. I don't need to be in preseason. Everybody knows what their roles are. They know me. Everything is fine. And you have this slow start that you have now. So, yeah, to me, I think it goes there. Oh, and for those who believe that Aaron Rodgers is going to take the Jets to the Super Bowl.
Hell to the no, to the no, 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 no. Hell no, no, to the no, no.
Oh, but you at least share the same company with the Dolphins. They're 2-5. I'm sorry, and you share the same record as the Patriots, and you split the season series with them. See, you Jets fan, you've made progress. You couldn't beat the Patriots for the last 7 years until last year, and you got a chance to split the season series last year. Heck, you even won in Foxborough last year, and you split the season series with them this year. So, Aaron Rodgers, he's actually done something the Jets team has not done in almost a decade. There you go. That's perfect. Can't stand Aaron Rodgers. Goodness gracious. All right, Husker sipping, toe picking mother.
One of these days, I hope you don't edit I hope you don't censor yourself. I'm waiting to hear
it. Oh my gosh. Okay. To two quarterbacks I actually do respect a lot more. Kirk Cousins for the Falcons, Baker Mayfield for the Buccaneers. Well, they played till overtime on Thursday night a few weeks back. They ran it back in Tampa, and the same result happened, except they didn't go to overtime with this one. The Falcons beat the Buccaneers, and they completed the season sweep 31-26. Kirk Cousins, really good game, actually. 23 of 29, 276 yards for 4 touchdowns, 3 carries of 16 yards. Bijan Robinson, he didn't really have the best game on the ground, although he had a decent one. 13 carries for 63 yards, but he completed having 100 total yards because he had 37 more in the air with a receiving touchdown on 6 receptions. Darnell Mooney, he was the top receiving getter, 5 receptions, 92 yards on a touchdown. And then we had a Kyle Pitts sighting. Oh my gosh. Where has this man been? 4 receptions, 91 yards, and not one, but 2 of them things. And I mean 2 of them touchdowns. And then you have J.J. Terrell on defense with a pick. And former Bengal Jesse Bates III with a pick as well. I bet you, Bengals, you're missing him in your secondary, aren't you? Oh, yeah. Yeah, good. Your secondary sucks. Well, your whole defense sucks, except for Trey Anderson Jr. Sorry. Baker Mayfield. Not the greatest of games, but did okay. 37-50, 330 yards, 3 touchdowns. He did throw those 2 picks I mentioned, along with 3 carries and 11 yards. Cade Otton, 9 receptions for 81 yards and 2 touchdowns. And on defense, C.J. Brewer, he gave you 2 tackles for losses, 2 quarterback hits, and 2 sacks. In my estimation, it looks like Baker Mayfield missed a whole lot of Mike Evans and Chris Godwin. Your thoughts on the Falcons completed the season series sweep of the Buccaneers? Oh, and I agree with you. Yes, you're right, Dante. Correct. I'm sorry.
When it comes to Aaron Rodgers, yes.
Yes.
When it comes to this, when it comes to Baker Mayfield and the Buccaneers,
Let me talk to you.
Oh.
He reverted into Bunker Stayfield and completely bunkered it up in this game and took the
And now my day is made.
Yes. He went, who was it? Gus Swayze on Amazon Prime with Eli Manning going out there with the mullet, slinging the rock, having the bum knee. I think his acting skills came into fruition into real life karma. Because Gus Swayze showed up in this game as Bunker Stayfield, bunkering it up and getting the L, throwing 2 picks in this game. You cost your team the win in this game when you do stuff like that. You got to look at what the Falcons did. Yes, Kirk Cousins had a great game, only 6 incompletions, had 4 touchdowns in the air. Bijan Robinson had like 100 yards total offense in total offensive yards between running and receiving, and put up a touchdown as well. And then Kyle Pitts as well, did his job. But looking at the other side, except for Cade Otton finally getting things going over there at the tight end position, because he's had his struggles this year, I'd say bunkering it up is exactly what happened in this game, because had you not thrown one of those 2 picks, you could have converted into a touchdown and won this game. Hell, you not throw 2 of those picks and you kick a field goal on both those drives, you still win by a point. So bunker. If you want to win your division, for one, if you want to make a run in the playoffs. Gotta stop bunkering it up.
What?
That's all I got to say about that.
Well, unfortunately now for the Bucks, if they want to win the division, they now have to win it outright because they do not own the tiebreaker with the Falcons. And so hopefully they have to now get into a three-way tie for the same record to take effect. That is if the Bucks run the rest of the division. But they're at 4-4. And they started out pretty well, but it looks like they have taken it on the chin the last 2 weeks. The Falcons, who had a porous performance in ATL last Sunday against the Seahawks, they rebounded nicely in Tampa. Now they are 5-3, and they are perched atop of the NFC South with a sweep of the team that's in second place. You hear that theme again a little later. Guaranteed. And now to a surprisingly good game, actually. The Jaguars and the Packers, they did battle in Duval. The Packers somewhat had control of the game, but the Jaguars just were tough. And they still stuck with them, still hung with them. In fact, they had the game tied late at 27. Well, when Brandon McManus hit his third field goal, one from a chip shot distance, 24 yards, to have the Packers beat the Jaguars 30-27. Jordan Love, who he's unfortunately showing that he's having difficulty staying on the field, 14-22, 196 yards and an interception, a carry for a -1 yard, and he was gone in the third quarter. In fact, Malik Willis filled in for the rest of the game for him. Josh Jacobs, now this was actually a good sight for me to see from him. 25 carries, 127 yards, and 2 rushing touchdowns. He had a reception for -2 yards. The Packers offense, they threw for 252 yards. They rushed for 170. On defense, Xavier McKinney yet again gets a pick. This man is sticky fingers. It seems like every week we do a Packers game and we see him come down with an INT. And I mentioned Brandon McManus with his 3 field goals made. Now, on the other side of things, Trevor Lawrence, 21-32, 308 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 costly interception, 4 carries, 10 yards, a touchdown on the ground, and another costly turnover. This one in a Tank Bigsby, 18 carries, 78 yards. He also had 2 receptions for 8 yards. And Jerry Jones on the other side, he had a pick of his own. Now, your thoughts on a surprisingly close game between the Packers and the Jaguars?
It wouldn't have been as close if Jordan Love would have truly showed up, as it seemed like he was trying to give the game away throughout. You know, Trevor Lawrence probably had one of his best games of the season.
I agree.
In a loss, because he has not looked like himself. You know, Trevor Lawrence of the previous season since he came into the league is definitely one of his worst seasons. And you think about the fact that Doug Peterson, a former quarterback who led the Eagles to a Super Bowl as a head coach, and the dramatic downfall of what they've had, they had a turnaround when he took over from Urban Meyer. But then all of a sudden, it's like they reverted back to the Urban Meyer-esque team this year. And this was probably one of the first games that we can truly say that we watched that didn't remind us of any of that, or at least for me it did. So, but the other part of it is you have to at least throw the shade where it's necessary, and that is on Jordan Love, because Jordan Love normally has been playing a little bit better. Well, I wouldn't say a little bit, a lot better than what he did this past weekend.
Yeah.
Had it not been for his miscues throughout the game, this game would not be as close to what it was. I mean, the fact that Malik Willis had to get in there, because like you said, he's having trouble staying healthy. Malik Willis goes in there and has 1 incomplete pass. That speaks volumes. Speaks volumes how bad the other quarterback was. So, Josh Jacobs also establishing the run. I feel like the only reason why they won this game was because of Josh Jacobs.
100. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
25 carries, 127 yards, 2 touchdowns. You didn't have that, you wouldn't have won this game. I don't even think Aaron Jones would have been able to do that. So the fact that he pulled that off is the reason why they won this game. And the fact that you have a running back doing that and you still only win by 3 points, that's bad. So a lot of things got exposed in this game. One, whether it's the health or the decision-making of your starting quarterback, you need to make some improvements there. Not saying to replace him,
No,
but he needs to make the improvements there because it's very early in his career that he's having these issues, and you still have time to turn things around, but it goes by fast. If you don't make some type of improvements at some point, they will make other decisions as far as replacement goes. Seen it. Cole's seen it. We've all seen it, okay? So you got to get that turned around, especially when you have a running back and an offensive line to the caliber of what you have, because you don't have a bad offense.
No.
It's all stemming here from the quarterback as to why this game was as close as it is. Defense also giving up the amount of points that it gave up to the Jaguars is kind of is suspect as well. I mean, they need to do a little bit more improvement, even though they did have 1 interception collectively and 1 sack. I feel like it wasn't noisy enough to really make an impact on this Jaguars team. You shouldn't have given up 27 points to them. So more so on the shoulders of the quarterback here. But you also need to fine-tune the defense a little bit as well. You can't just pick one area you got to fix. You're going to have to fix multiple ones, especially if LaFleur wants an opportunity to take this team on a run throughout the playoffs, because you have a better opportunity than Mike McCarthy does over there, the former head coach of your team over in Dallas. Okay? You need to make these moves and make some adjustments now, because you are 6-2, but that was one of the ugliest wins to get to 6-2 that I have seen on this year and of recent years, and especially against a team of the Jacksonville Jaguars that's played to the caliber of how they have this year. They're lucky they didn't get embarrassed, but a decent win on the road, though.
agreed. Yeah, and yes, although the Packers have a very good record, I think it's absolutely fitting that currently they sit in second in the NFC North. But it does seem tenuous because of what you said. And the funny thing is, I think many of us were thinking that, okay, it looks like Jordan Love has turned the corner last year. He's turned the corner. He's making great decisions. Yeah, he has this swashbuckling type of understanding about the QB position, but it looks like he's making sound choices. He's now a reason why this team is winning instead of the reason why this team is losing. And it almost seems as though he's regressed a bit. And I'm not saying that it's a bad thing, but it's a noticeable thing. I think that's the best way I'm putting it. And I think if that doesn't get tweaked, then of course you're going to have other aspects that's going to get exposed, like the wide receiver core they have, very young. So they need to be established, and they can't be established if the QB is off kilter. Believe me, I know this because I'm witnessing it with another team we're about to talk about. But Josh Jacobs has to be the guy. You got to establish the run with him. It doesn't necessarily be just him, but it could start with him. And if you can continue to do that, I think you will ground Love to the point where he'll feel confident enough to where he doesn't feel as though he has to make these errant throws and force stuff in places where he shouldn't. But with that being said, with the defense that I think is not all that great, I'm not saying it's bad, but it's not all that great, and an offense that has the potential to be absolutely killer, but just you got to get past the inconsistency of the decision making with Jordan Love. 6-2 is not a bad place to be, especially in the NFC, and double especially in the NFC North. So they're at 6-2, 2-6. That is where the Jaguars find themselves. And yeah, Trevor Lawrence, yeah, best game of the year for you, even in the loss. But yeah, you're reverting back to my days. I do agree with Drew on that one. And speaking of the team that I was talking about, we're seeing that right now with the Texans. Yes, I know they won. They beat the Colts 23-20. They actually swept the season series with the Colts, so that's a big thing for them. I should be happy. They're 6-2. They're 2 games up with the tiebreaker against the Colts. Yeah, I'm not though. CJ Stroud, 25 of 37, 285 yards and a touchdown. He had a carry for minus 10 yards. And on the last possession they had, where they were inside the Colts 10. Never mind. Woosah. Joe Mixon, thank you for being on this team. I'm so glad you're here. 25 carries, 102 yards, and a touchdown. I wish you had a second, brother. I wish you had a second touchdown because you were 10 yards away from doing it. 4 receptions, 32 yards in the air for him. Stephon Diggs, and this was probably the story that came out of the game. 5 receptions, 81 yards, carry from -4 yards. Unfortunately, he was ruled out of the game in the third quarter, and it looked like it was a knee injury that he had. So hopefully it is a sprain and nothing is wrong with him. But yeah, that's been that is the talk somewhat about that. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to complete the game because it looked like Stroud and Diggs were getting on the same page. Danielle Hunter, this is probably the best game he has had as a Texan. 2 tackles for losses, 3 quarterback hits, and 2 sacks. He was in the backfield often. And Jalen Petrie, who simply is just all over the place, he ended up with a pick. I wish he had another one, but oh well, just didn't work. The Texas defense, 10 pass defenses, 9 quarterback hits, and 5 sacks. And well, let's put Keami Fairbairn. He did have 3 field goals. But that 5-sack performance was against Anthony Richardson. 10 of 32, and that is not a misnomer. I was like, no, did you mean 20 of 32? No. You mean 10 of 12? No. 10 of 32. 175 yards, a touchdown, a pick. It should have actually been more than, it should have actually been 3. But he only ended up with 1. 6 receptions, 45 yards, and Jonathan Taylor, who to me should have been the guy who the coach should have centered their offense around. 20 carries, 105 yards, and a touchdown. A reception with 12 yards. He did not get the ball enough. Point blank and simple. Josh Downs, 4 receptions, 109 yards, and a touchdown, and he had 13 yards off of a quarterback option pitch. Your thoughts on the Texans' 23-20 victory over the Colts? So his thoughts are like this. The Colts, they had no reason to be up 10-3 and not I'm sorry.
When it comes to CJ Stroud, would you say that he is probably having the most successful season in a sophomore slump?
If you're talking record-wise, I would say yes. Now, if you're talking stats, I would say, of course not.
Mm-hmm. That's basically where I was going with the first part, because this team is still. It shows how great this caliber this team is, and you have some good flashes for the future. Like I like what I'm seeing there. The concerning part is, and I think we should start calling him Tony Richardson, like you said, because of how bad he's playing. He's playing bad. He deserves to be called something other than what he wants to be. Call him Tony. Little Tony over there. Barely lost to you. Okay. I don't think this is anywhere close to we should be blaming the defense of the Texans for this. I think this has to go with every bit of the inconsistencies of CJ Stroud to an extent in certain areas. Because it just feels like it was hot and cold throughout this game. Because you had the Colts starting off hot. You had the Texans starting to warm up a little bit towards the end of the second quarter.
Mm-hmm.
Then they're both starting out sluggish out into the third quarter. Mm-hmm. And then you still lose the fourth quarter to the Texans. So technically, when you think about it, if it wasn't for the type of second quarter that this team had, they wouldn't have won this game. It was much of a dismal outlook. And if this team had just a few more minutes left on the clock, Colts would have came back and won the game. That's just the way that I feel about it. They would have came back and won this game. So looking at it for what it is, you know, CJ Stroud, I feel like has got to find a way to step up in certain areas because it's a different type of quarterback that I'm watching when I'm seeing him play this year for the Texans in comparison to last year. I don't know if it's a situation of, you know, now that you're in the league, you got a lot of things going on outside of the game. There's a lot of investments, a lot of business opportunities, whatever, and you're being pulled in several different directions, and you might not be able to focus like you kind of did last year when you were preparing for the games. You look at what Jaden Daniels is doing, okay? VR headset. There are people that go home, Call of Duty, and play video games, let off steam, get up with their homies, whatever the case may be, and maybe doing it a little bit too frequently as opposed to self-investing in themselves with education, proper knowledge, whatever it may be. And in this line of work that you're in, it requires watching a lot of film, studying a lot of different plays, being dedicated to your craft, because as the quarterback, you're the one that drives the bus. Who's to say that there's a possibility CJ Stroud is drinking a little bit too much of his own Kool-Aid and not putting in enough of the work in preparation?
All right. I will say this with the understanding that I'm about to lay out right now. CJ Stroud, great young man, wonderful personality. He has the tenets of being a leader, and those things are unmistakable. Those things are undeniable. But with that being said, it looks like he has been figured out. And I won't say scare, but what concerns me about that is I don't think he sees that he's been figured out. And I think the sooner he can recognize that, the better he actually can counter. And it was and I've always said this, especially about young QBs, especially ones who were elite. You can get over on defenses the first year they see you because they don't really know much of you. They may see you in college, but you probably played differently in college than you did in the game that you're playing on the team that you're playing in the pros. And so in the rookie season, you cook. And there's many quarterbacks in rookie seasons where they did. And then you have the off season, and then you have the next season that you play, and you have these wonderful, bright-minded DCs and leaders of defenses that say, yeah, this guy has a tendency. Let's root out that tendency. And then they play you to the point where they want to have you execute in moments and situations where you are ill-advised to do so. So a wonderful example, the game against the Bills, where there was a play where it was sort of like a 10-yard in, where there was like 3 different times where Stroud hit 10-yard ends to it was one to a tight end, I think it was Schultz, and then there was one to Diggs, and it was one to, I think it was Tank Dell. And he tried that same play in the fourth quarter, and the Bills gave him a different look. He tried that same play. He got picked off. It's things like that which makes me say, come on, you know that they're reading your tendencies. And there may be plays that you're comfortable running, but you got to understand these tendencies have to be cut off. And you have to learn how to basically counter the counter. And I think that's where he is now. You're being countered. You know, the easy stuff that you were able to do in year 1, they're not so easy in year 2. So now you got to find a way to say, okay, so if I run this play, all right, they're going to defend it this way. Well, let me find another way to beat how they're going to defend it. And that is where you have to be, CJ. And I think you have the ability to do it. I'm not saying you don't. In fact, I'm saying it from this standpoint. I think you have the ability to do it. I think you should do it sooner. And in fact, I think you should do it now, because you're going to have teams like the Ravens, like the Chiefs, where you're going to be playing them. And those are better defenses than the ones you've played, and probably for the exception of the Vikings and the Bills, where you're going to have those issues and difficulties. But with that being said, you're the quarterback of a 6-2 team. So congratulations on that. And you also might be hurting because I think you rely too much on Nico Collins. And of course, he's now hurt. He's out. He's going to be out for a minute. And if I think you can spread the ball, and I started to see you do that in this game. You do that, I think you'll be fine. But I think you got to settle down and know that you're able to play in this league, and you're one of the reasons why people watch. And I'm not saying it just from last year. I'm saying it from when you were in Ohio State too. You have that ability to do it. Just trust in that ability and counter those counters. Understand that you got defensive coordinators that just want to put you in uncomfortable situations from the moment you drop back the first time you do in every game. And the sooner you do that, the better off you be. But you know what? Congratulations. The Texans are 6-2. But I think you are the reason why the Texans are struggling at 6-2, because those 3 field goals that Fairbairn kicked, they should be converted to points. And I don't mean 3. That red zone offense is not good, and that is on your shoulders. And I'm not going to put it on the other 10. I'm not even going to put it on the offense coordinator and Bob Slowick. I'm going to put it on you. Get that ball in the end zone, because you're going to settle for one too many of those, and you're going to lose those games instead of win them. But you're on top of the AFC South. You're 2 games ahead, and with a tiebreaker over the Colts, who are 4-4. Good for you. Sorry about that, but I had to get that off my chest. Oh, man. All right, now into the late Sunday games. Oh, Lord. This is definitely from the Do I Have To.
Skip it.
The Saints, they are becoming more the Aints. 26-8 L. The only thing that's really worth talking about is Ladd McConkey, wide receiver for the Dolphins, for the Chargers, 6 receptions, 111 yards, 2 touchdowns, and Justin Herbert having a good game. 28-32, 279 yards, 2 touchdowns, 4 carries for 49 yards, and the Chargers defense getting 5 sacks. I don't even want to talk about Spencer Rattler. I don't want to talk about his replacement, Jake Haener. Oh, okay. You had Chris Olave, 8 receptions for 107 yards. If you have any thoughts about this butt whooping that the Chargers put to the Saints, please do so, because I don't have anything else to say, but it was just a hot mess and a dumpster fire.
This game, if you were looking for a game to want to stab your eyes out with a spork,
You got the right one, baby.
The highlights are horrible.
That's all I have to say.
The highlights are horrible. I agree with you. The highlights are horrible.
I feel like we can use this time in a better place.
I agree with you. The Chargers, they improved to 4-3. The Saints, they dropped to 2-6, and they're basically dropping like a rock. Oh my gosh! For one blowout to another. This one in Seattle between the Seahawks and the Bills, and the Bills decided to basically treat the Seahawks like their redheaded stepchildren. 31-10 was the final score, and really the game was not that close. Josh Allen, 24-34, 283 yards, 2 touchdowns, and his first interception of the year. You heard me correctly. It took this long, game number 8, for him to throw his first interception of the season. He also has 7 carries, 25 yards. James Cook, 17 carries, 111 yards, 2 rushing touchdowns. He also had 3 receptions, 22 yards. The Bills' offense were not playing games. They established a run with 164 on the ground. Khalil Shafir, who I think is benefiting from Amari Cooper coming onto the team, 9 receptions for 107 yards. On defense, you had Austin Johnson with the pick, and Josh Joby on the defensive end for the Seahawks with a pick. And the only other mention with them is Geno Smith, 21-29, 212 yards and an interception, 5 carries for 16 yards. Your thoughts on the Bills improving to 6-2 against the Seahawks?
Definitely good on the Bills to do what they did. The Seahawks here, I kind of had thought they were going to upset a little bit and win this game.
I feel you.
I thought that was going to be the case, but the Bills, ever since getting Amari Cooper, are definitely clicking a little bit better on offense. So it's definitely looking good that they made that move because, they were missing Stephon Diggs, whether they want to admit it or not. And they had to admit it with that trade. So
they did, yeah.
That kind of helped balance the scales out a little bit. But James Cook doing what he did, definitely establishing the run, helped things get going. The Bills' offense and as a whole, like you said, 164 rushing yards is absolutely wild. So whenever you have numbers like that, it definitely generate good recipes for success. Good for the Bills to do what they did and getting this type of decisive victory, winning by 3 touchdowns. Seahawks still have some more work to do. Geno Smith, he wasn't his worst game of his career by all means. No. But there's some inconsistencies within that offense that they were exposed with how they played, and it all starts with the running game. So looking at it for what it is, they got some things to learn from. They're still a very young team. They have a first-year head coach. They got a lot of things to still work on. We already knew they weren't going to be making a run this year, but they have had some flashes in the pan throughout to where the future does look pretty bright for them. For the Buffalo Bills, the future's bright in this moment. The question is, will they be able to remain consistent throughout this year in order to do something with it? And that's something that a lot of people still have their doubts on. So we'll see how it goes through and through for the rest of the season, but definitely a good win for the Bills in Week 8.
Agreed. And the Seahawks, they dropped to 4-4. Sick. Good evening to you, sir. Glad that you're aboard. And glad that you're aboard too, Playmaker. Yes, Playmaker! NFC West is wide open. We did talk about your Rams early on in the program. And yes, they are actually in the cellar of the NFC West, but they're only a half a game from the lead. So that's good right there. And then we have another oh, Lord. Panthers take yet another. This time to the Denver Broncos, 28-14. They took a trip to the Rockies and they got rocked. Bo Nix, his best game as a pro, 28-37, 284 yards and 3 touchdowns. He also had 5 carries for 4 yards and a rushing touchdown. Cortland Sutton. Wow. A Cortland Sutton sighting. I'm surprised. 8 receptions, 100 yards, and Adam Trautman, he also had 4 receptions, 85 yards, and a touchdown. Another Pat Surtain pick, and a Jaquan McMillan interception of Bryce Young. 24-37, 224 yards, 2 touchdowns. We just talked about the 2 interceptions. And on defense, Ashawn Robinson, 4 solo tackles, 2 tackles for losses, 2 quarterback hits, and 2 sacks of Bo Nix. Your take on the Broncos improving to 5-3 over the moribund Panthers.
Well, we said it from week 1 and we'll say it to week 8. The Panthers need to
Stop it. Get some help.
You ain't never lied.
And shout out to the Broncos. Because watching the Panthers lose like this and watching them lose like they have in recent years makes my heart smile. Because just like Cole Johnson hates the Titans, I feel the same way about the Panthers. But I digress. Get into more of that later because we still have many of other things to talk about. But when it comes to the Carolina Panthers being a successful football team, that's exactly what you get whenever anybody tries to make that suggestion right there, because this team is completely looking at the Denver Broncos right here. Denver Broncos say, come on in town, Carolina. Come on in and
Let's get ready to rumble!
except
You guys want to hear a fucking story?
the Panthers didn't even show up. Okay. The Broncos did. The Panthers did not. That's why when the wannabe Panthers showed up, the Broncos said this to them.
You should know your role and shut your mouth!
And that's exactly what happened in this game.
As it should have. And I think they realized that it's not the quarterback that's bad. It's the whole team that's bad. Bryce Young got replaced by Andy Dalton, and Andy Dalton got replaced by Bryce Young. So the team is horrible. Yes, we said the Broncos are 5-3. The Panthers, they fall to 1-7.
Nice.
Now,
you can talk about Travis Swift now.
oh no, not Travis Swift. Well, speaking of Travis Swift, his team, Travis Swift, the Kansas City Chiefs, they were 6-0 going into Las Vegas to play the Raiders. For some reason, they made this game more challenging than it should have been, but the Chiefs did walk out 27-20 victors, upping their mark to 7-0. Patrick Mahomes, probably the best statistical stat line of the year for him. 27-38, 262 yards. He had 2 touchdowns. He did throw a pick. He also had 6 carries for 17 yards on the ground. And speaking of Travis Swift, Travis Kelce, 10 receptions, 90 yards, and a touchdown in what easily has been the best game of the year for him. The Chiefs defense, not to be outdone, 5 different men recorded sacks of Gardner Minshew. Pretty good stat line. 24 of 30, 209 yards, 2 touchdowns, 2 carries for 6 yards, but unfortunately he did do and that's the only big time mistake he made. But not to be outdone on defense, Trayvon Morig, he got you a pick for the Raiders. Your thoughts on the Chiefs beating their divisional rivals and, well, avenging the Christmas Day loss they took against them last year?
I still regret my Uncle Rico reel. Okay.
Still do?
I still do. Because look at what he did in this game. He did not play like Uncle Rico. All right.
He didn't. No.
He played by somebody who has the second attached to his name, and not in a good way. He played like he had a number 2 attached to him. Like he had to take one all game long.
No.
You should have taken it at halftime so you had a chance during the second half. Start calling you Uncle Dookie if you can't get it together, okay? Instead of Uncle Rico. All right.
So wrong for that.
But with that being said, Travis Swift showing up in this game. 10 receptions, 90 yards, and a touchdown. The Swifties are loving the production there, T-Swizzle. They are absolutely loving it. Now put a ring on it, and not the one I'm talking about. I'm talking about the 3 You have 3. You're looking for 4. But you only need 1. I was going to give you the right one. Now, you only need 1 more to complete the 3-peat. You need 1. You don't watch my fingers. You need 1. You have 3, and you want 4, so you have 3 in a row. You, Travis Swift, need to be the one that leads them to the promised land, because it sure isn't going to be Rashee Rice. No. I say that for what it is. I'm still surprised you're undefeated.
You're surprised they're undefeated?
Yes.
Well, the Raiders would be 2-6 now, but
I'm surprised the Chiefs are undefeated, because look at what Kareem Hunt did in this game. Okay.
It wasn't all that great, right?
It wasn't all that great, but you also have to compare and contrast with the Raiders' leading rusher. 14 carries for 15 yards. When was the last time we saw a dumpster Pelican stat of this nature? 1.02 yards per carry. That's what it felt like. Get the father out of here. 1 yard per carry. 14 carries, 15 yards. What the father is going on out there?
Oh, my goodness. Oh, Lord. Oh, I love this. I love when you go off. Yes, unfortunately.
We haven't even got to the best part yet.
I know. That's what makes me smile. Yes, unfortunately, Uncle Rico's team, they're 2-6. They're now in the cellar of the AFC West. The Chiefs are in the penthouse. And not just the AFC West. They are 2 games clear in the loss column in the AFC in general. And the only undefeated team still in National Football League.
Because of Travis Swift.
Oh, gosh. Why? Now for Sunday night, Travis Swift. The venerated rivals of the Dallas Cowboys and the San Francisco 49ers, they renew their hostilities, and people really could care less about them because both teams, how can I put it this way? Both teams absolutely are, they're having a dumpster Pelican type of season, both of them. Yes, I know they're not cellar dwellers, but they almost are. But a team had to win, and that team was the 49ers. The final score was 30-24 after the Cowboys had a 10-3 lead going into the end of the second quarter before the 49ers kicked the field goal to make it 10-6. Brock Purdy, pretty good stat line, actually. 18-26, 260 yards and a throwing touchdown, 8 carries for 56 yards and a rushing touchdown. And from the Shanahan clan, they just pull running backs from out of nowhere. Isaac Correndo, 14 carries, 85 yards and a touchdown. Oh, and a brilliant play on the final carry. Instead of going in for 6, he gave himself up, so the clock had ticked down to 0. 3 receptions for 17 yards as well, which had him go over 100 yards total offense. 85 yards from Correndo and 56 yards from Purdy on the ground. That was part of a rushing attack that saw the 49ers gain 223 yards on the ground against the venerable, powerful Cowboys defense.
That was a lie.
Deebo Samuel, he had 4 receptions, 71 yards. He had 4 carries for 15 yards. George Kittle was pretty much the star of the receivers. Although I know he's a tight end, but he had 6 receptions, 128 yards, and a touchdown. Go ahead.
He also caught his 500th reception, which put him in
Yes.
an elite category for 49ers all-time receivers.
Thank you. Thank you for saying that. Yes, 500th reception in this game he received. behind, if I'm not mistaken, Jerry Rice. Well, everyone's behind Jerry Rice, but behind
He'll
Jerry Rice.
catch Jerry Rice. He'll catch Jerry Rice. He'll catch T.O. probably, but not Jerry Rice.
Yeah. Jerry Rice, Terrell Owens, Dwight Clark, and there's another receiver that's escaping my brain. But I definitely know he's behind Clark, Rice, and T.O. But yeah, congratulations to Kittle. Diamondor Manoir, he had a pick. Jair Brown also had a pick as well. Anders Carlson, 3 of 3 from field goals. His long was from 50. And then you have the $240 million man, Dak Prescott. 25 of 38, 243 yards, 2 touchdowns, and those 2 picks, which were thrown in the third quarter. And thanks to those 2 picks, that is what gave the Cowboys that everlasting, beautiful letter of an. The lone bright spot for the Cowboys, CeeDee Lamb with 13 receptions, 146 yards, and 2 touchdowns. All right, your thoughts on the 49ers improving to 4-4 and dropping the Cowboys to 3-4?
This game,
you too sick, Lord.
This game right here, I need a button, and I'm gonna click it. Because I need a button. I'm gonna click it because literally what we witnessed was this.
This has been yet another beating a dead horse presentation.
Is anybody who thought the Cowboys were a legit contender in the NFC for this season?
Gerald does.
Well, besides Gerald, you're hanging out with this. You're hanging out with this dude.
Ain't nobody calling me, texting me, paging me, asking me, are you still involved? Delete! 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 Delete!
Now, you, Tyrone Allison McDummy, this is dedicated to you, Tim. I can't even do it right because my voice is almost gone from yelling. Well, actually, Cole's got it. Cole continues to. Cole can do it. I can't.
Them boys. I'm still them boys. No, you ain't.
Oh, yeah! It's time for breaking news! That breaking news, just as he said as I was clicking the button, no, you ain't! That was exactly what I was going to say!
You guys want to hear a fucking story?
You suck.
And the sad part about it is I knew that's exactly why you hit it. Because I knew that's what you were going to say. As soon as I heard it, I was like, he's about to say, no, you ain't. Oh, Lord. But yes, the beautiful part about seeing Cowboys taking L's is that all the Tams in the world shut up. I love it.
That's all I have to say about that. It was a bad game. But actually, I will say this. Looking at it for what it is, I don't care what happens with the rest of the season for the Cowboys until somebody else is making the decisions in the managerial department when it comes to player personnel.
Say it.
Until you establish some type of running game and an offensive line that can protect the running game and the quarterback, I don't care what you do with the defense. You can have the best defense in the league, but you're going to keep costing yourself win after win after win if you have this type of offense, because you could throw all the money in the world at Dak Prescott.
Yep.
There's no way that one person can carry an offense to the promised land working with the talent that he is. Dak is a good quarterback. I will at least put that out there.
He
put him on the Jets. Jets probably a playoff team if they started the season with Dak Prescott, okay, and not Aaron Rodgers. Just being 100, okay? These are two totally different franchises. You put Aaron Rodgers on the Cowboys still just as bad, if not a little worse.
Agreed.
Okay. So looking at it for what it is, there's holes in the offensive line. There's a huge hole at running back, and all the glue isn't going to put the pieces together until you put the right pieces in place to be put together as a whole.
Man, I cannot fault a thing you said because I agree with you. And this, and ladies and gentlemen, this is coming from a guy who roots for one of the biggest rivals of the Cowboys. I agree with you. Unless the GM changes, because look, you can have him own the team. I mean, the dude knows business. But if you can have the GM change, that will probably take the Cowboys to a better trajectory. Until that happens, you're going to have this mediocrity at best exist. And it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. Oh, Lord. Tam. Oh, Lord. Tam. Why? 6 says...
Did you just replace the D with T's?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Were you saying that in an earlier Rams game, and then you replaced the D's with T's? Where is this N coming from? I'm confused. Help me out in the comments.
Oh, Lord. 6 says Dak Prescott is only showing why he's not worth the investment. Then again, blaming on the team's owner. Well... I somewhat disagree, Sick. I sort of agree with Drew. It's not that Dak is a bad QB. It's just the pieces he has to work with. He only has one good piece, really. And that's CeeDee Lamb. It's the only piece he can really work with. That line's not all that great now. It used to be stellar. Now it's patchwork. Let's not even talk about the running backs. And the rest of the wide receiver core, it's horrible. And he doesn't really have a reliable tight end because the one that he used to have, now he's playing for the Texans in Dalton Schultz. So, yeah, what can he do on offense? And you have the GM, who also happens to be the owner, who is not putting him in the position to actually succeed. And that is a problem. And I agree with Drew. That's going to continue to be a problem until the GM is gone. And I'm not saying death. I mean, he relinquishes actually trying to run the team. The Cowboys, they dropped to 3-4. The 49ers, they are now in a 3-way tie for the NFC West lead at 4-4. And no playmaker, I would have played it for your game, but there was another team that did worse than the Vikings. And ladies and gentlemen, our upset of the week will have to be in Cleveland, in First Solutions Energy Field, between the Baltimore Ravens and the Cleveland Browns. The Ravens coming in, Debo in the field, and people were saying that they should actually supplant the Chiefs now as the AFC favorites. They fall to the Browns, who previously were 1-6. 29-24. Jameis Winston threw the ball, and that arm should be tired today. 27-41, 334 yards, and 3 touchdowns. He also had 2 carries for 2 yards and a sir, when you hold the ball, don't do this with your hands. Hold it like this. Thank you. I'm sorry. Cedric Tillman. He had a pretty good day. 7 receptions. 99 yards, 2 touchdowns, including the game-winning touchdown catch. Elijah Moore, 8 receptions, 85 yards. Dustin Hopkins, he and that leg was busy, 3 field goals. out of 3 made. Out of 3 attempts. And then you have Lamar Jackson. 23 of 38, 289 yards, 2 touchdowns, 8 carries, 46 yards. Yes, he had a mistake-free game, at least in terms of turnovers. Zay Flowers, 7 receptions, 115 yards. Notice there is a name that is missing in this slate, and that would be Derrick Henry. That's right, because I still can't believe what I'm about to say. At the beginning of the fourth quarter, Henry only had 8 carries for 60 yards. He ended the game 11 carries for 73 yards. Your thoughts on the 29-24 upset victory of the Browns over the Ravens?
For the Browns.
I think I got my swagger back. Oh.
Without Deshaun Watson. Look at how Jameis was playing in this game. We're just talking about how the Ravens defense, the offense has been cooking with Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson, but the defense has been doing their job. You're playing the mother, father, and Cleveland Brown. I think all that's gone out the window now about you doing your job on defense. Okay? If you're a fan of the Baltimore Ravens, you cannot talk any smack this week. You have zero wiggle room. And anybody with this patch on right here can say whatever the father they want today. They can say whatever they want today, but you, as a Ravens fan, cannot. Looking at this game for what it was, Lamar Jackson, he did throw 2 touchdowns, he did throw for nearly 300 yards, but he did struggle when it came to the game of the completions. When you're relying on your quarterback to pick up some slack left by your running back, it usually doesn't end that well. And it was looking like they were going to be able to pull it off right there at the end until Jameis led the Browns on a comeback drive for their final drive of the game to go up 29-24. Looking at what you got out of Cedric Tillman was definitely huge. I think that the emotions from the recent return of Nick Chubb have been helping this team out as well. Because Nick Chubb was a huge spark to this offense. Was he a huge spark to the offense since he's been back? No, because he's still working his way, back into the offense. He's working off a little bit of rust, and let's just face it, and I wouldn't even be mad if this is the case, he's probably not going to be the same of what he once was before he went down with that injury, okay? Especially to the caliber of the injury of what it was. It was gruesome, and for him to even be back on the football field, it's huge. But for someone that endured that, like Nick Chubb, to be back on the field, for one, to play in a division game against a rival that used to be, the team used to be you, and you used to be the team, okay? When it came to the Browns moving to Baltimore and all that, all that stuff. You already know the story, okay? Mm-hmm. When you look at everything that's gone on, all the quarterbacks has been quarterbacking the Browns since like the 2000 season. Everything surrounding how bad that franchise has been historically for quite some time. You have got, even if you're not even a fan of the team, you have to feel good for the Browns on this Monday for watching that, especially when you think about how bad the management staff dropped the ball with the whole Deshaun Watson contract that we've been talking about for multiple years now. And you got somebody in there at a fraction of the contract, might only cost you some crab legs, to go out there and sling the football and bring your team back. I knew I'd get cold with that one. But yes, Nick Chubb is I'm happiest for him out of everybody remaining on the Browns team. Because you have purged your team as far as your receivers, and in other positions as well. When you look at defense, okay, except for Myles Garrett and Myles Garrett and Nick Chubb himself, this team is really not the same as what it once was a couple years ago. And especially, they're probably wishing they would have kept Joe Flacco up until this game when Jameis finally got a chance to play. So looking at it for what it is, Jameis finally got his chance to shine. He shined. Nick Chubb finally gets his comeback win after going through what he went through with the knee injury. And I'm happy for them. The Ravens got exposed in certain elements to where, like,
Yeah, they did.
Like the Commanders got exposed when they played the Ravens a couple weeks ago. So it's all in how you're going to be able to rebound from that game. You know, the Commanders rebounded it in their own way, and they're in like a totally different situation because there's certain parts to that team that are that need to work on certain things more than the Ravens, and for the Ravens in certain categories, vice versa in comparison to the other team. The Browns season is a wash. Okay, we're gonna write them off for the season right now. Don't let anybody look at this game and say, "Oh, because they beat the Ravens, the Browns are going to go on a run." Super Bowl without Sean Watts, we gonna go on a run. We gonna go on a run with Jameis' new hairstyle. We're gonna go on a run with that. No, you're not. It is not happening. Okay?
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Sit down. Eat your snack, Tam, and go back to your team that you root for, the Cowboys, and get off the bandwagon of the Cleveland Browns. Amari Cooper isn't there anymore. He was just traded, so your Cowboys gone. Okay, Tam? Enjoy it for what it is. Excuse me. The Browns won't have many more games like that this season, but they will have a few more. And it won't surprise me if they come against pretty good teams. But looking at it for what it is, I'm mainly happy for Nick Chubb with the results of this game.
I'm very happy for him. It was great to see him back on the field, and he came back the week before, and it was unfortunately that was overshadowed by the injury of Deshaun Watson. But yes, I'm glad that Chubb is back, and I think he will make this team exponentially better, just because I think they did not trust the run game, which I can understand. I mean, Jerome Ford was what was your number one potent attack weapon on the ground. And Jerome Ford in the pinch is okay, but as a starter, not so much. Oh, go ahead.
Well, he came back and it was a loss though.
Yeah,
so
and it was a loss, right?
Yeah, that's why I was saying, like, he came back and it was a big win. Like, I mean, he came back and this is like the first win, but still, I feel happy for him that he finally got a chance to be a part of a winning game instead of coming back earlier in the season and being a part of what the team was before Deshaun Watson went down.
True.
So that's what I'm happiest about.
Yeah. Oh, and the playmaker was saying, Cole can explain it better than him about the Tam. All right, so good times. James Evans Sr., he dies. And Florida Evans breaks a fruit punch bowl after being stoic and not trying to show that she was affected by his death. And of course, she iconically goes, and that is what he was writing. And so that's why he put the M in that. But of course, we don't do the M in it. It's Tam as in TAM. But yes. But he was doing it to actually have me say, do it like Florida Evans. That's why. I was
okay.
Like, okay, fine. Yeah, that's why. And he also said, and this is exactly what I would say. In the words of Cole Johnson, John Harbaugh simply needs his whooped. Yes. You do not have. Go ahead.
I'm still waiting for you today when you don't censor yourself.
You do not have your number one weapon only carry the ball 11 times and have one other touch after that. Derrick Henry, and not injured, only touched the ball 12 times in this game. That is inexcusable. And yes, the secondary of the Ravens, I know they have some pieces, but if you have a strong passing game, you can actually do some damage against that secondary. And you can also do it because you also have weaknesses when it comes to that defensive front. They have some guys who can rush the passer, but it's not like in recent years. And that could pose problems and difficulty. But normally when you have those issues, the running game is supposed to be one of those things that can cover that multitude of sins type of thing where your defense doesn't get exposed as much. But if you don't use them, you lose them. You lose them, and you lose this game, and that's exactly what happened here. So the Browns, they improved to 2-6. The Ravens, they dropped to 5-3, and I think no one saw their bingo card them dropping to that. Definitely not against the Browns, no matter where they played them. They could have played them in Lake Erie. They still wouldn't have thought they was going to catch an L. And now it's time for the game of the week, and it's also time for me to just simply lay out and actually have my partner and my brother go absolute ham. And why? Because the Washington Commanders hosted the Chicago Bears. They were up 15-12 with 5 seconds to go, and the Commanders on the, let's see, officially, they were on their own 48-yard line. But I'll go through what happened after. So, a miraculous play, scratch that final score, and a new final score, 18-15. The Commanders win over the Bears. Jaden Daniels had a pretty good game, 21-38, 326 yards to the touchdown, 8 carries and 52 yards. And I think you know where that touchdown came. And yes, he was coming off of a bruised rib situation where he looked like he toughed it out and looked like he was able to do some pretty good damage. Terry McLaurin, 5 receptions, 125 yards. Probably none bigger than that last 15-yard out. That probably was the biggest one of them all. And that is saying that with him actually catching a 61-yard bomb. Austin Seibert, 4 of 5 field goals. It's unfortunate he missed his last one. In fact, that was his first miss, I think, if I'm not mistaken, in my commander insider could tell me if I'm wrong. That's the first miss he's had in Northwest Stadium this year, right?
Yep.
That's what I thought.
Mm-hmm.
All right. On the other end, Caleb Williams, it is 10 of 24, 131 yards. Didn't have the greatest game. The first 3 quarters was atrocious for him. The fourth quarter, he seemed to be on page with everybody else. 10 carries, 41 yards, and the man who really did the damage, and they should have gone to him more. I have no idea why. DeAndre Swift with 18 carries, 129 yards, and a touchdown, and he was absent with that fumble. But I digress. Now, the part of the game that basically made this the game of the week, that Hail Mary that was launched from the Commanders' 35-yard line, and that shows how big of an arm Daniels has, went into a scrum. It got tipped, and the ball went into the waiting arms of former Texans wide receiver Noah Brown. And Northwest Stadium's crowd went absolutely berserk. Oh my gosh. And so did Jim Nance on the call. I thought he was gonna yell himself hoarse. Your thoughts on this game, which you attended actually, of the Commanders beating the Bears?
It's where I sat. So sitting right here, if you look, this is actually the end zone in which that Hail Mary took place. So I had a front row seat literally to see this play. And if you guys haven't been able to tell throughout this show, my voice is very hoarse and high pitched all sorts of different ways because of all the yelling I did. This was absolutely insane to be a part of. It was doing the tailgating experience, but man, Paul Kelly making some awesome chicken.
Man, hungry.
Yeah, man, it's just making me hungry again just looking at this chicken. It's great, but we had a great time. This game overall, if you were to look at it through score-wise, you would say it was kind of ugly for 3 quarters of the game at least, at minimum, because that's what it felt like in certain areas. Because the Commanders were up 12-0,
12-0.
And it was only because they had kicked 4 field goals. It was getting a little windy, so I think that kind of contributed towards Austin Seibert missing that one field goal.
The last one, yeah.
But, luckily it didn't hurt him because, the game would have been tied in that case had he made it. But it gave us the type of ending that every football fan that goes to a game wants to be a part of. Like, I have seen games on TV like this. I like historically NFL films, played video games where it's ended like that. Never have I ever been in a stadium where it's been that electric, because literally when the Bears scored that touchdown and brought it to where they were up 15-12 after the 2-point conversion, this was my advice to a Bears fan based on how the Commanders secondary just gave up that score.
Remember these 3 words from this game. Because they suck. Those 3 words.
Sertoba Media, where the struggle is real to be awesome.
Struggle is definitely real because
to believe. You have to believe. Wow.
And then, here I am, words of wisdom, standing here. I actually didn't sit the entire game. I was telling Cole about that in the green rooms. Like we stood the entire game, which is probably why my feet are on fire still, and I was drained. That's why we started the show a little late today. Thanks again to Cole for that, because this game took every bit of energy out of me. Again, team's up by 4 field goals. You give up a touchdown, it's 12-7. You give up another touchdown by the fingernail painting, purse wearing quarterback over there on the Chicago Bears. Okay. It looks doom and gloom. It's 25 seconds left. But again, we don't quit. All right. You don't quit. I don't quit. This team embodied Drew Willingham's genetics from the year 2023. Okay. Let's just be real. Let's call it for what it is. It was my first game back since all that happened. Okay. And I'm kind of getting a little emotional when I think about this because, when you think about how everything was before that, to be able to build the things that have been built since all that, and then to be able to go back there, now called a different stadium, the Washington Commanders, be able to share that moment with, multiple people that, that have been in my life for quite some time. My man, Paul Kelly, has been one of my friends since we were, kids back in the day. We got to go to this game and see this game. There's me in the crowd right there with the championship belt, holding Sertoba up in the air, high to the sky. Paul Kelly right there as well. You can see him. That's the man with the beard over to the right side. Another picture taken by Darrell Owens over there of Bowie TV. To give us some awesome memories. Paul Kelly to the side of me right there, hanging out with me with the championship belt in this contest yesterday afternoon. Then you have another clip right here of myself, Paul Kelly, and the people, as this place was absolutely packed. Now, fun fact, when me and Paul Kelly go to a game, Commanders franchise is 3-0. The last 2 times that we went, they were formerly known as the REDSKINS. And you look at here, we're having a great time after the game. What was it that you said about my man over here in the Daniels jersey to the left there, Cole, when we were in the green room?
Oh, yeah. That has that. Watch out now. Just had that feel. Look out now.
This was just a few moments after that Hail Mary play had taken place. I mean, we're all throwing back. The one thing I don't like is they took the old Redskins Hail to the Redskins song, and the only thing they did was change the one name. The entire song's the same.
Of course.
I don't like it.
I think many don't.
Yeah,
and I think many who are fans of the team like you don't.
Yeah. It was a very, very cheap very, very cheap fix that I did not catch when I was there in 2022.
The Commanders. That has the same ring to it. Yeah.
I didn't like it. Yeah, I didn't catch that when we were there doing media in 2022. So I guess they had already switched to the Commanders name then, and I did not catch that song. At the same time, they were not playing well, and they were playing it a lot yesterday because they were playing well, you know, with kicking field goals and still leading throughout the game. So it was playing a lot. And so when I was here, I was like, yeah, they gotta fix. If they don't go back to the old name, they have got to at least come up with a new theme song. I don't like that.
I agree.
Hit up my man J. Cole. He's got a great one. But
yes, he does.
Speaking of people out here, you know, here's another fan out here that wanted to hold the belt. Got a picture with him as well. And then my man Darrell. Darrell is the one who took the pictures right here and here and here, and as well as here. For some reason, the fifth one would not load up, but those were great photos that were taken by my dude right there, and I had to make sure that I got a photo with him. You know, it's like I told Cole, there's three things I'm going to remember from this game. One is going to be how the game ended. Two is going to be when it ended, the fans around embracing one another. And three is going to be this moment right here when I got with Darrell, because the last time I went to this place was when it was FedEx Field, and I went with him, and we were doing media. Fast forward 2 years later, you know, a mini stroke, a career change, and multiple other things with, you know, now me running my own brand with Sartoba. It was like a full circle moment to be able to go through all that yesterday and win in the matter of which they did, and know that they're 3-0 when I'm a fan in the stadium. It was pretty cool feeling. It's one that they'll never be able to take away from me and my dude Paul Kelly right here. We had a great time. Of course, you saw the foam finger right there. This is still said same foam finger because we the ones right now in the NFC East. And I never get to say that. So I'm enjoying it right now while it lasts, because it could change at any fathering moment. But this right here was where we were sitting and watching the game at yesterday, about the 10-yard line. And I still am trying to find the complete words into how great this experience was. And there's me with the Sartoba Championship right there in the parking lot as we're getting ready to walk on up and check out the game. But with Paul Kelly and with the other people out there, and there's one with Darrell with the belt just by himself, you know, looking at all these moments that happened yesterday, they wouldn't have been possible without those people that were in attendance with me, whether they were working with the media or there's a fan, or the people out here like yourselves who watch the content, who keep me going, who you know, everything is kind of rebounded and been rebuilt because of the people out there still having the belief in me. So this experience yesterday is I dedicated to all of you, dedicated to Cole, those of you who have stuck by me, and it kind of helped rebuild myself, because could have easily turned the knob off and shut it all down last year when everything happened. But I didn't. I fought hard and I stuck with it, and that's not even half of it. Only some people like Cole here and others know what the background was like. So to be able to go to this game yesterday, to be able to see something like that, to be able to be a part of that, that's as real as it gets. And there's more things I want to say, because there's some emotional things I kind of want to say about it, but there's also some not. And I think it's at the point now to where I'm just like, you know what? We'll digress as a whole on it. But what I will say is this: when it comes to the Commanders, Jaden Daniels again proved that he's him, franchise quarterback for this team. All right. It definitely was good to see that the bruised ribs weren't too bad for him to be out of the game, and that he was able to play the entire game, take a couple of hits here and there, and still be able to lead this team to a victory, and in the fashion of which he did. It was awesome. Definitely the hope for this franchise grows more and more with each and every week. I still am not fully drinking the Kool-Aid on this team yet. Until we get to week 10, when they host the Steelers, that's when the results of that game will really fully convince me if I've been right this whole season on it's just they've been winning against subpar teams, or I'll be proved wrong that maybe this team is for real and that they could win a game or two in the playoffs this year. Who knows? I mean, it still looks like they have a really good chance of making it, but you can make it all day long. Doesn't mean you're going to win anything. So looking at it for what it is, I'm happy for them doing what they did. Just don't get too excited yet if you're a Commanders fan. Enjoy it as it's going. Enjoy the fact that you're 6-2 right now through 8 games. It's looking great. However, just as much as it looks great now, it can quickly shift just like that.
Yeah, you're right about that. But at the almost halfway point, I think for most Commanders fans, I think if they were to say, well, yeah, you get to November, you will be in first place in the NFC East with the team as constituted as it is now. I think just about every one of you would take that, which I could totally understand that. I would too. And we talked about this off air, and I agree with you. I think if you all do not win another game the rest of this season, which that's not what I'm predicting, and that's not what I'm thinking, I think you all could take away from this year saying, I think we're seeing a little bit of the future, and not just with Jayden Daniels.
Speaking of takeaway, I do have 33 seconds of funny for you.
Okay. Toss that ball up in the air.
Washington's still not a playoff team.
And this motherfather just interrupted my interview. But right here, we're going to keep going because we're going to have a great time. Shout out to Dude Man who came on over. But straight up, 12-7 going into the last of the fourth quarter. Jayden Daniels, after the Bears scored a touchdown, went for a 2-point conversion. They were down 15-12. All they needed.
Sertoba Media, where the struggle is real to be awesome.
To see more, check out Commander's Gridiron Report tomorrow.
Nice. Nice. I'm glad you had a good time. But yeah, I'm thinking you all have seen a portent of things to come. I think 2025, 2026, it's going to be looking really good for you guys now. And 2024 is not over. You actually might have the same thing happen to you guys, like what happened with the Texans with me, and see your team actually end up being division champs and win a playoff game. You never know. But 6-2, yeah, definitely cross your fingers. At 6-2, you lead the NFC East. You're all in good shape to actually do that. Meanwhile, the Bears, who they're in the most competitive division in the league, the NFC North, they are in the cellar to begin. They dropped further in the cellar to 4-3. I'm sorry, but 4-3. No one predicted them to be that either. So congrats to both the Bears and the Commanders. And at least for me, to turn back the clock, because I remember when both those teams actually were competing to be the best in the NFC. And by then, when I said NFC, it would be NFL, because nobody in the AFC could touch the teams that were in the NFC at the time. The Bears and Washington were competitive at the same time. So thank you for turning the clock back somewhat 40 years for me to actually see these two teams do battle again for something of concrete value than just, well, who's the better first round draft pick at quarterback. So it was good that the game meant more than just that. And that concludes this week's Game of the Week, and also concludes this week's opening drive. This is actually the most heartfelt the end of opening drive I think we've had, which is great. But stay tuned. What's coming up next is our choices for Grand Champ.
All right, let's go. We got trips, right? At 42, 989. On two. Ready? Break.
We're just getting started. Total Football Talk will return right after this. Whether it's news, The largest egg producer finds bird flu in chickens at a Texas plant. Weather. Devastating tornadoes rip through the heart of the United States. Inspiration. A breast cancer survivor completed the journey of chemotherapy and now begins a future one of matrimony or sports. Michael Jordan is shown on a photo with Diddy. LeBron James has a video extolling the virtues of a Diddy party. This has been yet another Beating a Dead Horse presentation. We got you covered. BS3 Network, in association with Comey Media Incorporated, proudly present The Morning Shift with Cole Johnson. Live every weekday at 8 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Central. Hey, Eagles fan. Join my man Cool McCain and a host of others as they break down every single game, every single week in an objective manner, and also from a fan's perspective as well. Remember, this cast feels just like you. Nobody likes you. And you don't care. Fly, Eagles, fly. Eagles Elite Podcast, every Wednesday at 8:30 p.m. Eastern on YouTube and other podcast outlets.
Everything Boston. I love you morons. New Kids on the Block, New Edition.
Dear whatever the law firm is. Sincerely, the U.S. Supreme Court.
Ben Affleck, Matt Damon. Go yourself again, Jason
Where my dog's at? There we go. Welcome back to Total Football Talk with Drew Willingham, who is fresh off of a wonderful appearance at Northwest Stadium, watching his Commanders beat the Bears. I am Cole Johnson, and I'm interested here to see who he's going to award as his grand champ, because I know he has many, but we're about to find out now. Drew, the floor is yours.
I really, really, really want to give it to Jaden Daniels for overcoming an injury, even though it wasn't that serious. Overcoming, the injury, the media hype, all sorts of stuff that was going on this past week, and be able to lead the team to a comeback victory after leading for most of the game at home. But I can't. That's too much of a homer pick. It's not fair. Especially since he's probably going to be one of my MVPs of the week, one of my soldiers of the week tomorrow on Commander's Gridiron Report. I just don't feel like that's ethically correct, especially when we have somebody for our upset of the week that played a very big part in why that was a thing, being an upset of the week this week, and why the Cleveland Browns won. My dog of the week goes to Jameis Winston for what he did. Yeah, he did lose a fumble. He could have easily led, he could have easily gone the other way. We're not going to look at his rushing numbers because that's irrelevant. What I am going to look at is he threw for over 300 passing yards. Okay. Yeah. For a man who had a 30-30 season and not 30 home runs and 30 stolen bases like in baseball, he had a 30 touchdown to 30 interception season, which is why he was ousted from the Buccaneers. And then the next year they win a Super Bowl with Thomas Edward Patrick Brady II. Okay.
Got allergies all of a sudden.
Looking at this for what it is, Jameis comes in after all the hype to bring him in with the Deshaun Watson noise. Finally gets an opportunity to start, does it at home, and does it against a team that was picked and favored very heavily to win because of the way their season's gone, with the way their rushing attack has been spearheaded by, King Henry over there. And you held them to 24 points, and you scored more than that to give yourself the win. And it all was on the arm of Jameis Winston, who threw for 3 touchdowns, which was 21 of those 29 points that they scored on the day. So with that being said, to not be a true homer for my team, I have to go with Jameis, and it was all based on the protein from those crab legs.
Junior. Oh my God. I'm sorry. That was bad taste of me. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
And Cole's Junior was not cured by crab legs.
You and the crab legs reference. Oh my God. I should have known when you went with Jameis Winston, you was going to mention the crab legs again. Oh my gosh.
He's been on the bench so long, I haven't had the opportunity to do it.
But yes, good choice. Congratulations to Jameis. I think that he has given the Browns a spark that we have not seen in that team since Joe Flacco led them last year. I mean, it's a similar type of feel where it like the whole team seemed to believe in him. And I think he needed that. So that's a good choice. That's a real good choice, actually. I'm not going to choose Jaden Daniels either, although I would like to, and I'm going to give him basically an honorable mention. I think you got a chance to be on a big national platform, big national stage, and for your first big time national platform. Yes, I know Monday Night Football. He's already played Monday Night Football. I know, but to me, I think you got Sunday Night Football and then the Sunday afternoon game. To me, or 1 and 2, the biggest platforms that you have when it comes to NFL. And so, to me, the late Sunday game to me was his national debut in terms of the National Football League debut. And for that to happen, yes, you did your thing and you rocked it, and you were the reason why your team won. So yeah, congratulations to you. And I would pick you, but I'm not going to. Let's see, who do I want to choose though? I almost want to be bitter and choose Mason Rudolph, but I'm not going to do that.
Do it, do it, do it.
No, I would say it's in poor taste, but it's not. Let me see.
But the people would love it.
Yeah, oh my God.
Give the people what they want.
People what they want? Okay. Well, unfortunately, I won't. In this case, although I'm tempted to say Mason Rudolph, but I'm not going to. I'm gonna go with Josh Allen. To actually not throw your first interception until your 8th game of the season. And to me, he's only had one bad statistical game, and that was the game he played against the Texans. That's really the bad game he's played. Every other game he's played, he's actually been pretty good at worst. And again, he's been efficient. He has not turned the ball over. And yes, I'm saying this with him turning the ball over in this game. But it highlights exactly why I think he is there, because I really believe right now with his performance and with the W that they took and the type of W they took in this game, we actually might be looking at our MVP frontrunner with him. We might be looking at that with him. Yeah, he's had better stats, 24-34, 283 yards, 2 touchdowns on the pick, and he's run for more. Run for more yards and has carried the ball more, only 7 times for 25 yards on the ground in yesterday's game. But I think this is more of what he represents in terms of where the team is going and what he has done the first 8 weeks of the season. And I'm glad that I think this team is really believing in him, and he is returning their belief with stellar play. And I really do think that because of him and his arm and his knowledge and his body and the judicious use of it, because I've also noticed he has not run the ball as much, which I've been calling for that. And finally, they are actually starting to do that. They're not calling his number as much. And the impact on the ground with him is just as lethal. I believe he's coming to his own, and we're seeing probably the best of Josh Allen now, and I'm glad we're seeing it.
You know, one thing I did, I as much as I wanted to put Jaden Daniels out there, and especially you bring out a really, really, really good point, is especially with yesterday's Sunday afternoon game with the prime time of that. The fact that he's had, now your opinion was saying that he's had 2 primetime opportunities and has won both of them this year.
That's correct.
You know, granted, the first team he played is a very dumpster Pelican-esque team.
That would be the Bengals.
Right? Got exposed again this weekend. But, you know, especially with the defense, the Bears defense, you know, they were putting the pressure on the Commanders, which is why they only got the 4 field goals this past weekend. But I wouldn't have been mad if you chose him based on you were laying out great foundation for you to be able to pick him. And I don't think anybody would have been mad at it. But
no,
at the same time, I just felt like I'm wearing the jersey. It's too much of a homer pick if I go with him. Plus, it is still very, very, very early. And I've already, you could say I'm scarred with what happened in 2012. All right. So I'm playing this safe. You know, this is playing it very safe. But I will say, at all the games this weekend, you gave more points as to why this was the game of the week.
Yeah. I mean, exactly. Like I said, man, to me, it was a turn of the clock, and we got a chance to actually witness a game that, like I said, if the teams were going to be the way they were, this was going to be like who's the better first round draft pick at quarterback? And that would have been the only reason to watch the game, and it would have been on at 1, and people outside of Bears fan and Commanders fan wouldn't give 2 craps about it. But that wasn't the case. They moved it to the afternoon, and everybody's talking about that game, and they're talking about Jaden Daniels being that dude, and that's how it's supposed to be. And I'm happy for you, and I'm happy for Commanders fan, because like I said earlier in this episode, y'all got a real one. And the only reason why I didn't pick him is because I think people need to talk about Josh Allen in MVP talks, because I think it's now time that people need to say that he is one.
And I want to make a statement, because I mainly want to do this so I can clip it out and make it real. There was a comment on one of my pictures from yesterday that says, "Expletive, yeah, boys. I'll help get y'all season tickets. Hail to the expletive R."
Really?
Yes.
Congratulations, man.
Someone that me and Paul Kelly used to go to school with. His name's Jonathan. He claims he's going to get season tickets because when me and Paul Kelly go to the game, they are 3-0. They are undefeated. So to keep this streak alive, apparently want to get a season tickets.
Okay.
Season tickets will make it happen. So I want to make this real happen real fast. There it is.
All right.
TikTok. If it happens, you are the man.
Personally, I hope that if you do go to another game this year, hopefully it's the Cowboys game you go to.
Yes. But again, and this will be clipped out from said reel, I don't even know if I should go to another game this year, because it's not going to be as good as what I just saw. I just don't think. If it is, then I will be shell-shocked even more. But I still haven't fully digested this feeling yet. I don't want to weaken it.
Still stay in the glow of it, man. Please, because it's great. I'm feeling it with you residually. And of course, I'm not a Commanders fan, but I'm happy for you. And man, that was a great way to end the game. Ooh, man.
Hey, we support each other's teams because they are not the Dallas Cowboys.
Heck yeah.
Or the Titans.
Yeah.
Those expletives.
Yes. Yes, definitely. I had no problem supporting the Commanders. None.
Total Football Talk.
All right, it's time for Featured Attractions. This is where we pick 2 games of the next week, and we preview the Monday night game that is tonight. And the Monday night game that is on tap for tonight, the New York Giants visiting the Yinzers, the Pittsburgh Steelers. The Giants are 2-5. The Steelers are 5-2. ESPN and ABC will carry the game. Kickoff is at 8:15 p.m. All times are Eastern. So let me start with the Giants. So we have a porous offense in Daniel Jones. Malik Neighbors is probably the only bright spot for the team on offense. Defense, you got Dexter Lawrence II. And you have other pieces that are there. Let me see. Aziz Olari comes to mind. Comes to mind. But I'm trying to think of the right way to ask this question. Oh yeah, why are the Giants on national television?
They don't deserve it. They don't deserve it. All right, I'm with you. I'm asking the question to myself in my head right now. What is the expletive are they thinking? Putting this team on national TV. Are they trying to help everybody go to bed early? Is that what they're trying to do? They're trying to encourage you. Go ahead. Get your cup of milk, little Johnny. Brush your teeth. Tuck yourself in. Don't let your parents do it. You tuck yourself in. You don't get to watch football tonight. Why? Because this game is going to suck. That's why. Okay? It's encouraging good sleeping habits. That's what they're doing with this game. They're encouraging you to watch the highlights tomorrow morning and just go to bed. Just go to bed. Go to bed. Go. You know what? Pack the rest of the day and go to bed right now. Well, no, after this show. Don't go to bed yet. Wait till we're
Don't go to bed yet.
Yeah, but at least before kickoff. It's at 8:15. Just get in bed at like 8:05. Yeah.
Oh man, I was like, I tried to come up with an intellectual football question. I was like, oh, let me see if I could talk about. All right, can anything be better than Dexter? Anybody can be better than Dexter Lawrence II, but still be on a horrible team. How long will the Giants be in the tailspin with Daniel Jones leading them? I mean, is Malik Neighbors going to be wasted like Odell Beckham Jr. was? I mean, I was just thinking about all those things. I was like, no, let me just go right to the root of it. Why is this team on national television? Because people knew this team was going to be horrendous before they made the lineup for this upcoming season.
That's why I had to give some type of comedic response, because that's the only good excuse I can come up with. Like,
I love it. I love it. Oh, and Playmaker says Danny Penny's to the rescue with 3 crying, laughing emojis. Danny Pennies. All right. So on the other side of things, now we witnessed the last time they played. It was a Sunday night game against the Jets, where it was a 15-6 deficit, where they overcame it and they scored the last 31 points. And it was basically due to the daring, should I say, nature of Russell Wilson. He actually did something that Justin Fields simply did not do much of, if any, and that was actually throw the ball downfield. Along with the defense being as stubborn as it's been and as strong as it is, are we witnessing the Steelers on offense being more cohesive, and maybe even the whole team being more cohesive with Russell Wilson and QB?
It appears that way. It really does. This just goes to show, no matter what line of work you're in, you don't have to like the person. But if they have the work ethic and they have the know-all to do their position, you got to respect them. And I think that's what's going on with this right here with the Steelers because, throughout training camp, there's a lot of reports. Everybody loves Justin.
Right.
It's kind of rubbing some people the wrong way. Okay. But if you listen to reports about how Thomas Edward Patrick Brady II was as a quarterback, he wasn't there to really rub anybody the right way either. He was trying to motivate you and push you to get the best out of you. Okay. It's come in several documentaries. And I think a lot more people now, since his playing days were over and even towards the end with Tampa Bay.
I'm sorry. Allergies, forgive me. I'm sorry.
I think with this time in Tampa Bay and then especially with this time being over in the NFL, people are respecting Tom Brady a little bit more because of
Junior. I'm sorry. Oh, good Lord, man. My bad. These allergies got to stop. I'm sorry.
Colby and Petty Percy over here. No. I bet you are glad you let me get that little bit of extra rest, man, because I'm fired. Okay. But yeah, Petty Percy is what we'll call you when you go into these little skits. When you go to these little petty skits, Petty Percy over here. I love it. But in all seriousness, like, when it comes to leadership, all right, when it comes to management, they're not always going to be your best friend, right? And of course, you're going to have personable situations. You're going to have times where you're going to be able to talk about certain things that are outside of the element of which you're working in, whether it's football, whether it's business, whatever, no matter what it is. All right. But there's a fine line in there to where when it's time to work, you gotta focus. You gotta be locked in. All right. And I think that with Russ, he has a little bit more command of that. And you can see that when he's not putting up little baby 140-yard passing games with no passing touchdowns. Okay. Now, is his numbers, are they like extraordinary? Like they're like it's a significant change as far as he's throwing 400 passing yards in a game or something like that? No. Okay. No, they're not. All right.
No.
But, they put Russ in at the right time because it was right before they really needed to lock in what they're going to have to do for the rest of the season. Steelers winning that game against the Jets, he threw for 264 yards, but he had 2 touchdowns and no interceptions. Okay. It's huge. All right. Even though Aaron Rodgers did throw 2 interceptions, we're going to leave that one alone right now. We're talking about the Steelers. So when it comes to the Steelers, Russ has a better command of the offense as to where with Justin Fields, you're leaning too much on your defense to bail you out for the majority of the game. You're going to gas them. You're going to gas them out. They're going to run out of gas. And by the time you get to the playoffs, they're going to have nothing left for you if they're even fully healthy for you at that point, as to where Russell Wilson in the one true game before this one, we've been able to see in just a short little bit of time in one game, he exercises all of his options, the best of his ability. He's getting everybody targets. You look at what he did with his receivers. George Pickens, had 111 yards. Pat Freiermuth had 51. Darnell Washington had 36. Calvin Austin III at 36. Van Jefferson even hauled in a couple catches for 15 yards. Jalen Warren had 15 yards, and Najee Harris, the running back, even had a target. So he's getting, the ball to people. He had 7 different targets throughout that game with the Jets. And you could argue that, he might have been able to have more had he had more time under his belt before that game. So Russell Wilson, the more he plays, and the more he gets to where he can click with this offense, I feel like they're going to be even more dangerous than what they were with a team that leaned heavily on their defense and was subpar and inconsistent on offense. I don't feel like they're going to be Russell Wilson led offense like the Seattle Seahawks were 10 years ago with like Marshawn Lynch and all that. But with Najee Harris, you have a decent running back to set the tone with your running game, just like he did in that one because he had 102 yards and a touchdown in that game against the Jets last week. So you get it started and establish the run with Harris. You mix it up with your receivers, and you don't turn the ball over, and your defense does what they do best without having to rely on them too much throughout the game. You're going to have some more wins under your belt. This team is going to finish in their division in first place, and they might have gotten a really cheap quarterback for this year, and Justin Fields could be the future, but he needs to learn how to sling it a little bit better and get a little bit more production in the air, and especially with utilizing his running backs a little bit better, because Najee Harris looked pretty good in that one game with Russell Wilson.
And people were complaining quickly. They were saying, they were quick to complain. It was like, well, why are you replacing Justin Fields? I mean, the dude is 4-2. Well, you replace him with Russell Wilson because before they began the season, I remember Mr. Tomlin saying that Russell Wilson was the number one starting QB.
Mm-hmm.
So it must have meant he saw something in training camp and preseason that made him better than Justin Fields. But yes, credit to Justin for getting them 4 wins in 6 tries, but that offense looks a whole lot better. And it seems like the defense seemed to relax more. At least that's what I was seeing. Like when they actually started to see that, okay, so after the first quarter, the chemistry issues were there, and they had to get accustomed to how Russ was going to do things. And then when they were starting to see that Russ was cooking, then it was like, okay. And we saw a defense that pinned their ears back too. And also a noticeable thing, George Pickens, you actually were seeing him in games. Not necessarily this is a bad thing, but this is a human thing. He was checking out. He was literally checking out when Fields was playing, because he knew there's going to be times, which was most of the game, that if he were to not run like 10-yard outs, he wasn't going to see the ball. So if he ran downfield, he pretty much knew he was going to be a decoy, and he acted as such. Now you have Russ, who will try it downfield, and you have more involvement in him. And just that little bit, like you would mention the leadership, just that little bit goes a long way. And yeah, now we're talking about a team that has control of first place in the AFC North, and they can fortify it with this win tonight. I'm not even going to ask who you have in this game, because I know you do. So it's not even a question. I can say it now. We both picked the Steelers, so we don't even think the Giants stand a chance.
By no less than 2 scores.
I don't think the Giants stand a chance in this game. And I wouldn't be surprised if it's more than 2 scores myself. I agree with you. All right, for the next week slate of games, let's start with this Sunday 1 p.m. kickoff. CBS has this game between the Broncos and the Ravens. Now, this game will be in Baltimore. Both teams are 5-3. Okay, we'll touch on the visiting team first. The Broncos, they have a rookie quarterback in Bo Nix, and congratulations to you. You're the first rookie QB. That actually even includes John Elway, who has won more than 4 games as the starting QB as a rookie. So congratulations to you, Bo. All right, so the offense is in flux. The offense is under construction still, and I think that's pretty much understood. And right now they're in the let's do everything we can not to lose. That's pretty much how their offense is. And they're trying to eliminate all the mistakes they possibly can, and they're making Bo Nix probably a game manager for now. They're winning, obviously, by the defense, as evidenced definitely by the 10-9 victory they had over the Jets in the Meadowlands earlier in the month. How solid and lethal is this Broncos defense?
They're not. Mm-hmm. You want to know why? Because you hosted the 1-6 Panthers yesterday. You let them score 14 motherfathering points. Oh, I'm not done yet. Guess who their quarterback was?
Bryce Young.
Yes. Guess how many touchdowns he had? 2. He had 2. I thought Bryce Young was terrible. Couldn't command the offense. Okay.
That's cold.
He threw 2 interceptions, yes. But He threw 2 touchdowns, so he balanced it out. All right. Let's also take a look at some other things too. All right.
Okay.
That's just the Panthers. All right. You did pretty good when you faced off against the Chargers, even though you gave up 23 points and lost. I'll give you that.
Correct.
You did fairly well as the week after that when you won 33-10 over the Saints.
Mm-hmm.
You did pretty good in the divisional game against the Raiders, winning 34-18.
Mm-hmm.
But I have to look at that game with the Panthers, the fact that they gave up so many points. I have to look at the amount of points they gave up against the Seahawks, and they lost against the Seahawks. I have to look at the fact that they lost against a Justin Fields-led offense of the Steelers. Okay. And I have to look at the fact that they are in rebuild mode, okay?
Mm-hmm.
It's going to take time for this offense. Defense is definitely a little bit ahead of the curve of the offense. But I don't care what anybody says. When you give up 14 points to Bryce Young, when they have an offensive line of human turnstiles there, and all they do is spin and spin and spin a roof, okay?
Ice cold.
I can't take you seriously. So until then, until you play another tough team and you stop them and you give up less than 14 points like you did to the Panthers, I don't care if it's garbage time.
Wow.
You barely beat the 1-7 Panthers. How do you feel, defense? Should you be? We should ask them this question today.
Okay, to your point. So they'll be in Baltimore this coming Sunday. Next Sunday, they will be in Kansas City. And then the following Sunday, they will be hosting the Falcons. So their defense will be tested those 3 weeks. And the game they lost to the Steelers, the defense only gave up 13 points. Now, come on now. I get the Seahawks. They allowed 26. I get that. I get that they allowed 23 to the Chargers. I get that. I get that as well. But come on, the Steelers, they only allowed 13 points against them. But I know you're going to say they still allowed 14 to the Panthers.
When you allow more points to the Panthers than you did to the Steelers, now you're setting yourself up for even more volumes to be spoken, Cole. You knew better than that. Come on now. Even though it's only one more point, it's still a point.
Oh, Lord. I got more entertainment than I thought out of that question. That's even better. He said he gave up 14 points to the Panthers. But yes, that's where they lead. They lead with their defense, and the offense is basically, let's not make mistakes, obviously. Now, on the other end of things, the Ravens, they were looking like they were bullies. And I mean that in a good sense. I mean, they were literally running over teams. I mean, they ran over the Bills. I'm trying to think of the games they did. Although they squeaked by, they eventually did run over the Bengals. And so we saw this team that they were going to be this strong squad where they were going to lead with Derrick Henry with a little dose of Lamar Jackson and timely defense. Maybe not the stout, tight defense of 2000, but a stout defense all the same. And then they put forth that performance, that god-awful garbage performance on Sunday in Cleveland. Why is this Ravens team consistently inconsistent?
They're missing Snoop Huntley.
A backup quarterback, man.
Yeah, look at what type of motivation he can give you. He's cheering you on. He's a paid cheerleader.
They're consistently inconsistent because they miss a backup quarterback. Okay.
No, I'm just kidding. But when it comes to this team, there's Lamar Jackson still wants to run the ball. Okay.
No, that's the question. That's no question. Yeah.
He still wants to run the ball. And if he were to do a better job in mixing it up consistently with King Henry for the run, then I think that they would see a little bit of, I think they'd see a little bit more dividends pay out with that, because they have been inconsistent with their running game. If you look at that, inconsistencies in a running game can affect your offense in a magnitude of ways. And if you are inconsistent within your running game, it breaks down and slips through the cracks throughout the entirety of the offense, in my opinion. And that's where I feel like they're dropping the ball at the most, because the run game was what was hurting them before anyway. When you look at how things were going throughout the past few years. And when you look at what the Ravens had happen against the Browns, you look at what Derrick Henry did in this game too. 11 carries, 73 yards, and a touchdown. Usually we're speaking of that and putting positive spins on that when it comes to any other running back in the league. But numbers like that kind of humanize Derrick Henry a little bit. And 11 carries for 73 yards against the Browns, and you still lose. Feel like that's where the inconsistencies are coming through, because when you break down their receiving and you look at how things were with Zay Flowers and so on and so forth throughout this team, he had 7 receptions, 115 yards, but he didn't put the ball in the end zone at all. So when you look at that for what it is, I feel like, the run pass options, the different things that you'd be able to mix up in there. If you weren't focused on getting Lamar Jackson 5 to 10 carries a game, that wouldn't be that would help be a positive outlook for this offense, because the fact that you had 3 carries less than your starting running back, okay, and you had 6 carries more than your backup running back. The inconsistencies with how you're mixing the ball up within the run game between your running backs and your quarterback are affecting how everything is balanced throughout this offense, in my opinion. And that's why this team has been inconsistent. The defense is not as good as what it was before. A couple of years ago, we were sitting here saying the offense was not as good as the defense, and that Lamar Jackson needed help. Well, now that you've had to go get help for Lamar Jackson, you've got less weapons over there on the defensive side. Maybe some of their playing skills diminished because some of them have gotten a little bit older. But now it's shifted again to where your offense is looking pretty decent, but you may need to shift the tide into getting a little bit of help on defense this offseason too. And every single time they go get something else, the other side needs a little bit more help too. This is where we've had some inconsistencies with this team since the last time they won the Super Bowl, 10, 11, 12 years ago?
12 years ago, yeah.
So look at it for what it is. I think that the imbalanced run game is definitely affecting it, because they're worrying too much still about it's whether it's they or if it's Lamar. Someone within the play calling of that offense is worrying more about Lamar getting touches within the run game. Because when I watched the highlights of this game, it didn't look like there were a lot of it wasn't looked like they were designed runs. So it could be Lamar's trying to do what Jaden Daniels is doing over with the Commanders, and it's not quite working out that well with the RPO options. But you're not giving enough options to your lead running back, when your lead running back, who's been lighting the expletive league up this year, only gets 11 carries, and still within those 11 carries, he still mustered up 70 yards. And they were not getting him going in the first half.
Right.
A lot of this was going in the second half. This definitely brings more to my point of they need to do a better job at establishing the run with their running back or backs and not their quarterback.
Well, I know this. The Ravens brain trust have to understand you got this running back for a reason. He is not supposed to be an expensive piece to make Lamar Jackson look good. The only way he makes Lamar Jackson look good is if you actually trust him with the ball. And so I can't see stats like we're going into the fourth quarter and you only have that guy tote the rock 8 times in the whole game, that is inexcusable. And you already have proof. When Henry has not carried the ball 20 times this year in a game, the Ravens are 0-3. When he has carried the ball 20 times or more, the Ravens are 5-0. So you know what that means. Henry has to at least get 20 touches. I would dare say he needs to get 20 carries every game. And if you lose with him with 20 or more carries, so be it. You at least executed the way that you wanted to execute. But it makes me think that and Henry's not injured. So it makes me think, you all must, like you said, you all must want to do something else, or somebody else must be saying, well, I think I can actually do some things on the ground. I think I can cook. And I pray that Lamar Jackson is not saying that. But I'm not going to put it out of the realm possibility that he is or isn't. All right. In this game, who do you have between the Broncos and the Ravens?
I got the Ravens.
Yeah.
The Broncos offense still needs more help. And Bo Nix needs more weapons around him in order to get that thing going. The defense, and like we talked about earlier, but whether the Ravens are inconsistent in their run game or not, which I don't think they will after what happened this past week, and I think they're going to improve that. I see them winning this game probably like by 10 points or less.
Yeah, I think the Ravens will have this one. I think this one, they want to prove that yesterday's game was a fluke, and unfortunately, the Broncos are going to be the sacrificial lambs. That's what I look at. I'm not going to say it's a slaughter, but I think that they're going to be physically dominated. And I don't mean that in they're too weak. I just mean that the Ravens get back to what they do best. And when they do get to do what they do best, very few teams can stop them. And to me, I think this is going to be the game of the week. Fox has this kick 4:05 p.m. This is the late Sunday game between the 6-1 visiting Detroit Lions and the Green Bay Packers at 6-2 on the maybe it might be frozen since this is in November tundra of Lambeau. Now, for the Lions. So they beat the Vikings and did that in the Twin Cities, 31-29. They have been running roughshod over everybody. The only hiccup they've had is the home loss to the Buccaneers. Now, they have the number 1 seed already. Can the Lions take control of the NFC? And I'm not just talking about the NFC North, the NFC, with the winning Green Bay.
Yes. And it's like I said when we started the show, until I'm shown otherwise, the Lions are still my favorite to win the NFC this year, based on what they've displayed last year, in the heartbreaking loss in the NFC Championship game. It's Super Bowl or bust this year for the Lions. Like, that's just the way I feel with all the cards way they're stacked. They have to make it to the Super Bowl this year if you're the Detroit Lions. So regardless of what happens in this game, which I feel like we'll get to that in a second. But with the Lions, can they take control of the NFC with the winning Green Bay? Yes, because the NFC is already on notice with how they've been playing, and especially with putting up 52 points this week. All right. This isn't the first week they've had where they put up a ridiculous amount of points either. So for my man Hawk out there, I'm happy for you and the Detroit Lions. Go out there and wax that expletive.
Yeah, because they also have put up a 47 spot against Cowboys. Oh, and they did that in Arlington. They didn't do that at home. They actually did that on the road. And unlike my partner, I wrongly thought that the 49ers would run it back, but I did think they was going to run it back, though, with an even bigger challenge coming from the Lions. It looks like I am dead wrong in that regard. And I don't mind being dead wrong because I actually like the Lions a little more than the 49ers in terms of team dynamic. Now, on the Packers end, they've been having some good fortune as of late. I've been sensing that with the Texans as well, and I sort of group them with the Texans because I'm seeing them win games similarly to one another. For example, I mean they had a last second field goal to beat the Jaguars by 3. They had a last second field goal to beat the Texans by 2. 2 weeks before that, they squeaked by a victory in LA. And then they lost a squeaker at home against the Vikings. Now, they've had a couple of good dominating performances, the Titans for one, the Cardinals for the other. But most of these games they played, then they've won, they've been squeakers. How long can the Packers continue their good play with this razor-thin margin of victory?
It all depends on the consistencies of Jordan Love. Because with him having inconsistencies at times throughout certain games and certain moments where he needs to step up and be the guy and be the X factor in this offense, it's all going to rest on his shoulders in a very similar way that it did with Aaron Rodgers when he was there. Good thing is that the Green Bay Packers and Aaron Rodgers, cut ties with each other before it got to the point where it is now with him being in New York. And I don't think that it's going to be anywhere close to that for Jordan Love because he's still got a very long career ahead of him. And he's already shown flashes of why he is the guy in Green Bay. But something is going on, whether there's a lingering injury or, overloaded with stress. I don't know what it is, but he's not playing like we're accustomed to seeing him play here lately. But the team has helped picking him up. So,
right.
If the team can come together and rally together and work as one to get everything done like good teams do, then I can see that they can continue with their good play. But at the same time, I don't think it can be for much longer if Jordan Love doesn't get himself straight to where he can do his part at the rate to what we were used to him seeing him do last year in his first year as a starter at Green Bay, because he hasn't played, in my opinion, the same way that he did last year. So I think he needs to tap into that and everything else will fall into place. But it all starts with Jordan Love being the X factor if they want to continue on with their good play.
Agreed. I think Jordan Love needs to just cut down on the mistakes, and I think he needs to similar to talk that I did earlier about CJ Stroud. I really believe that Love has to understand that he's going to be the man. He's going to be a man for a while, and he may have been figured out a little bit. So now he has to counter the counter. And I think if he can do that, I think we'll see the best of Jordan Love sooner rather than later. All right, in this clash, who do you have? And I think I know who you're going to lean into and say who you're going to pick. But who do you pick between the Lions and the Packers?
I'm going Detroit all day from my man Hawk. So I'm going with Detroit Lions. So I'm going with Packers are going to sit back. Oh, this one is definitely for my man Hawk. The Packers are going to sit back.
Oh, Lord.
They are not going to be prepared for this to take place in their favor. Let me restart my take and make sure that I get this right. I'm going to make this into something.
Okay.
When it comes to my choice for this game, for my man Hawk, got to give this one to the Lions. They are going to serve up that big bag. The Packers. It's happening. See you.
All right. So my partner says that the Lions going to serve the Packers that L. I'm with him. I don't really think the Packers have enough. Even in Lambeau, I don't think they have enough to overcome what the Lions can throw at them. Well, either in the chat or in the description box below the description box, tell us who your picks and the featured attractions for this week. And you only have to tell us what you pick for tonight's game because we pretty much know that's the Steelers. But yeah, we want to know who you have. But I think it's time to go to another level with this show.
Total Football Talk.
I know we're not at Halloween yet, but it is time for the snowflake of the week. It's getting mighty cold. That's right. And for his snowflake, Drew, do the honors.
It's about to continue to be cold. It's about to be frosty up in here because my choice for snowflake of the week absolutely sucked this weekend. And I'm going to prove his numbers to be true. Cole, I'm going to tell you this.
Mm-hmm.
You carry the ball 14 times. 14 times. And you get 15 yards. How do you not expect to be part of the snowflake of the week category? Alexander Madison. Okay. You, formerly of the Vikings. No wonder why you're formerly of the Vikings. Okay. Because they don't need somebody there that's going to get 1 yard per carry. The Raiders, gunning for probably a top 3 pick in the draft next year. That's exactly what it looks like when you have a running back who's putting up numbers like this. Alexander Madison, 14 carries, 15 yards, no scores, no first down, not even enough to move the chains because you run the ball 3 times, you get 3 yards, you're in a 3rd and 7. Okay. You are my choice for the snowflake of the week. There's nothing else that I can say to convince myself otherwise.
Wow. I feel for that dude. Yes, now he's with the Raiders. But yes, we have 14 carries and 15 yards. Wow. Yeah, it's not that great. All right, so I was actually fixing this slate. I was in the midst of creating what we're going to do for today's show. And when that happens, of course, I have my flat screen TV with the games blaring to my right. So I get abreast of what games are going to be on TV. And I noticed this miraculous play, which I don't have any investment in either team, but I saw this play and I was like, whoa. And I actually had a visceral reaction to it. And then I watched the replay. And yes, the beauty of it all, the Commanders executing the wonderful Hail Mary Land or Mary Land play. Yes, it was great. But there was one peculiar negative about it. And I saw the replay of it, and it was from the end zone where the Hail Mary took place. And they panned the field. And I saw to the bottom left corner, actually near where my partner sat, a figure that looks like he was wearing a Bears jersey, and he was. And I looked at the name. I looked at the number. Number was 29. And I was like, oh, he seems very confident. Now, mind you, the Bears were up 15-12 with 5 seconds to go. And the Bears, and line of scrimmage was at the Commanders 48. Well, this number 29 figure was at he was probably at the Bears 5, maybe 10, walking to the Bears 5. And then he was posing like he was a member of Run DMC. The only thing he was missing was the fat gold chain and the fedora hat. But he was feeling things. Back turned toward the play. The ball was snapped and he's still jawing with the crowd. and then did not start to really figure into playing any defense until Jaden Daniels decided to scramble. And then once that happened, he played Daniels, and then he ran to the scrum, and then he tipped the ball up into the waiting arms of Noah Brown. The figure that I'm talking about, Tyreek Stevenson. Come on, son. You don't supposed to act as though the game is over. Now, I know you apologized. I saw it. But you got to play as though the whistle hasn't blown yet, that there is a possibility this team could actually score 6, and then you saw that possibility happen right before your very eyes. You acted like the game was over, and it wasn't. And when people see that, now you're going to be played in all high schools, in all colleges, in all pros, in every secondary film room, in every defensive coordinator's room. Whenever you all decide to study on Hail Marys and how you defend it, you're going to always be the poster child for what you're supposed to do if you want to lose that Hail Mary. This is what you're going to do. This is what you're not supposed to do. You are the cautionary tale to every safety, defensive back, and any other defender that has hands that plays on the Hail Mary squad. Congratulations, Tyreek. You did a wonderful job, because what you did do was you created a moment that we all will remember. I'm so thankful for you in doing that. But the fact that you decided to just simply turn your back to the line of scrimmage and jaw with Commanders fan, come on, man. Ooh, that was bad. That was mighty stupid.
Later, the post game. But coming up next, the 2-minute drill. This is Total Football Talk. Comey Media Incorporated, creating content magic in the real world.
In a world where chronicles of the past are brought to the streams, whether the content is relatable or completely beyond your realm of life, there is no shadow of a doubt that this show is absolutely full of shenanigans. Get ready for
D. Willie in the evening.
This Sunday at 10:05 p.m. Eastern.
Exclusively on Sertoba Media, where the struggle is real to be awesome.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, look. Hey, stop playing games. Y'all already know. Go ahead and toss him some Willie Bucks. Ain't nobody playing around. Hey, $sign D Willie 87. Go ahead and hit him up on the Cash App and go ahead and give him some Willie Bucks. Look at Drew looking stoic, ladies and gentlemen. Stoic on that $10 bill. So go ahead, slide my man over some Willie Bucks, and we good. That's all I'm saying. We good. Slide some Willie Bucks.
Sertoba Media, where the struggle is real to be awesome.
Oh, yes. The tradition, the pageantry, the spectacle, the history, the slut. Wait. I gotta rep my brother's stuff right. All my DMV soldiers, stand up! And welcome to the Commander's Gridiron Report. If you want your Commanders to be rep right, well, D. Willie is your man. Commander's Gridiron Report. Every Tuesday at 1:05 p.m. Eastern, 12:05 a.m. Central on the Sertoba Media YouTube channel. Music by J. Cool.
Where my soldiers, right side, Commanders. Where my soldiers, left side,
Well, welcome back to Total Football Talk with Drew Willingham. I'm Cole Johnson. And now you are inside the 2-minute drill. This is where we pick the best of the rest of the games This is in week 9. Wow, time is flying by in the NFL season. Before we get to that, there are 2 teams that will be experiencing buys on week 9. It will be the 49ers and the Steelers. So the next set of games you'll see, Pittsburgh and San Francisco will not be participating. They will be on bye for week 9. But that means 30 other teams will be playing. We will touch on every game except for Monday night's game. We'll do that next Monday. All right, so we will begin with Thursday's tilt, which is the Jets hosting the Texans. That's right, the 2-6 Jets. They're hosting the 6-2 Texans. 8:15 p.m. is the kick. Prime Video will have the action. Who do you have in this game, sir?
Texans improved to 7-2. Jets fall to 2-7. One more nail in the coffin as to why the Jets season is dang near over. They are not making the playoffs. Aaron Rodgers is partially the problem. The front office is another part of the problem, as well as the defense that should have Hassan Reddick on there. I can't give it to him. Even though we were talking about the sophomore slumpish moments of CJ Stroud and how the Jets could easily expose that if they finally get to where they're clicking this upcoming Thursday, but I doubt it. I feel like the Jets are going to lose this game at home.
And I think CJ will be motivated to play this game because when they went there last year, it was an L. So I think he'll be motivated personally to change the fortunes with that one. And I agree with you. I see the Texans running it to 7-2. That game is on Halloween.
Who's giving them the business?
All right, to the Sunday early games. Fox will carry this kick at 1 p.m. between the Falcons and the Cowboys. The Cowboys are 3-4. The Falcons are 5-3. ATL will be hosting it. Who do you have in this one?
Regardless of what Gerald says this week, regardless of what people say within the Cowboys organization, they are going to take this. Whether they like it or not, because they can say whatever they want. At the end of the day, it's just...
This has been yet another Beating a Dead Horse presentation.
I'm waiting for 4:00 p.m. Eastern time that afternoon so I can see this begin to happen on the internet.
Ain't nobody calling me. Delete! 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 Delete!
Because you haven't been them boys in about 30 years. So, Gerald, prepare yourself. The time is now. The time is now where you fall to below 500 and you will lose yet another consecutive game to a 5-3, then 6-3 when they win this game at home, Atlanta Falcons.
Oh my goodness! So you actually want Cowboys fan to self-destruct? Okay, that's
of course.
That's going to be hilarious. I'm hoping for that too. CBS has this kick at 1 p.m. The Bills at 6-2. They host the Dolphins, who are 2-5. I'm sorry. Who you have in this game, sir?
With this, the Bills, with the way they've been playing, I've got to give the nod to them in this one. I mean, yes, Miami has Tua back, but just like we were talking about earlier, feel like he's back too soon. And regardless of him being back, this team proved that they need more than just their quarterback in order to be a successful team in an NFL season. And especially with the group of caliber of people that they have on their team right now. I'm going to go with the Bills winning this game because, like you had just said, we went through the first 7 weeks, didn't get to week 8 till Josh Allen threw an interception. Mm-hmm. So with that being said, I feel like you can't pick against him in this point, considering the type of team that he'll be facing. I got to go with the Josh Allen-led Bills.
Yeah, I think, even though I know Miami seems to play them tough at home, it seems to play them tough in Buffalo. I just think, I think they have nothing for them. I see the Bills showing why they will be the literal kings of this division before we even get to Thanksgiving. So yes, I see them winning this game as well. All right. The Bengals at 3-5. They host the Raiders at 2-6. Fox has this dumpster Pelican game, 1 p.m. in Cincy. Who do you have in this one?
The only thing I can truly say about this contest is that it's going to be in my opinion. It's not a game that you nor I nor really anybody around me, unless they're a fan of any of the two particular teams, is actually looking forward to watching. And even those fans are not even looking forward to watching it because of what they've had to watch so far through almost the first half of the season, which this is basically the midway point once we get to week 9. So looking at it for what it is, it's kind of tough to call in some cases, but I think I'm going to lean more on the Bengals here, just because of, even though they lost in the fashion of what they did by like 3 scores this past weekend, I feel like the motivation that they had had leading them to get to 3-4 is still there. They still have fight within them. They still have a chance, very, very slim chance, but I give them a bigger chance than I give the Jets at this point. With that being said, I have the Bengals over the Raiders at home this weekend at 1.
Yeah, I agree. I think the Bengals will take care of business. I just do not see the Raiders doing much of anything with this one.
I can't also pick a team that has a running back that has 14 carries for 15 yards. It's just not working. I can't do it. I can't.
Goodness gracious. All right. From southwestern Ohio to northeastern Ohio, CBS will have this kick at 1. The Browns at 2-6. The improving Browns at 2-6. They host the Chargers at 4-3. Who do you have in this one?
Not improved enough to beat the Chargers. Chargers win this away game. Improved to 5-3. The Browns fall to 2-7. I could be wrong, but I still just think that they don't have enough to get over the hump with the Chargers. And it's not like as competitive of a rivalry game as what you had with the Ravens last week. It's going to humble them a little bit, but they'll revert backwards. They'll get a 2-7. Chargers go to 5-3.
Wow. Okay. I agree with you. I think the Browns, they had a different sort of motivation, of course, with a divisional rival, and they wanted to prove that they were a different team with someone else under center. And now we've seen how this team looks with said guy under center. Yeah, so I agree with you. I think the Chargers will win.
Hey, who's giving them the business?
All right, another 1 p.m. kick. Another the Titans messing up my TV viewing. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that's cold. But they are hosting the Patriots. They're 2-6. The Titans are 1-6. Who do you have in this one, sir?
I'd rather just see them both forfeit and get the tie. Like, just go ahead. I mean, what do you have to lose at this point? You're both terrible. Like, yeah, I can't pick the Titans just because of how bad that team is. I don't care if Will Levis is starting or on the bench. The team is going to be bad, just the fact that his name is on the roster. Okay. So the Titans fall to 1-7. The Patriots in an ugly win will win to improve to 3-6. And that's my take on this one.
Oh my gosh. Well, I'm biased. You know what I want to see. And yes, take the bias hat off. I actually think the Patriots will go into Nissan Stadium and beat the Titans because I just don't see what they can do. I really don't. I try, and it is very difficult.
Hey, who's giving them the business?
All right, another 1 p.m. kick. This one you will be interested in. The Giants at 2-5, currently 2-5. More than likely they'll be 2-6 when this game is played. They will host the NFC East leading Washington Commanders, who are now 6-2. And of course, back in September, the Commanders already put an L in the Giants column. Who do you have in this one, sir?
I just hope it doesn't go the way that it did the first time around.
Oh, field goal fest.
The battle of field goals, 7-6. I don't want to watch anything like that. But I think that that was week 2.
Right.
They were still figuring things out, and I think we're going to see a different game than what we saw that last matchup between the Giants and the Commanders. Very similar type of way that we'll see the Giants play it like they did last time. I think they're going to be trying to play that way because that's how they've been playing all season. But the Commanders have figured things out, and the only thing they really struggle is against either it's a solid offense on the other side because the secondary of the Commanders is still very questionable, and it's why Caleb Williams came back in the game, why they scored 2 touchdowns in the late stages of the game in order to put themselves in a position to potentially win, and then we had that Hail Mary play. And you're not going to be able to go get a secondary, addition just like that, even if you do make some moves before the trade deadline without giving up something really good in return. So you're kind of stuck with what you got till next year. So in this game, I still see the Commanders winning. I still see them knocking the Giants down to what will be at that point more than likely 2-7. The Commanders improve to 7-2 before they go to play the Steelers next week. But the one thing I am concerned about a little bit is the fact that this secondary has been exploited in consecutive games now, and it almost cost them again yesterday. I'm afraid the Giants will find a way to do it, even though they have not been good at figuring that out and getting the deep ball out this year. So it'll more likely roll in the favor of the Commanders. It could be close because it is a division game. I hope not. I hope it's not ugly. It'd be nice that if they were waxing that expletive by halftime so I could cut the game off, watch the rest of the highlights later. Maybe do something else Sunday, have a break. But no, I'm just kidding. I'll still watch the rest of the game or any other game at that time. So I'm glued to football between 1 and midnight on Sundays. So I still think with all that, rambling on of it, that the Commanders will win, the Giants will lose. May not be the prettiest thing because it's a rivalry game, but it's happening.
Yeah, I think it will be closer than what people would think just simply because these are rivals. I would want for this to be a double-digit victory for the Commanders, but I just don't see it that way. However, I do see the Commanders winning, though, and I think they probably have to find out what is troubling their secondary, and hopefully they can find that out probably in studying and preparing for this for the Giants this week, and maybe even needing to see it up close and personal on Sunday. But yeah, I think the Commanders will improve to 7-2. And if I'm not mistaken, if the season would end today, that would make them the number 2 seed in NFC. Wow. Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, hang on. Shh.
Not with the foam finger. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry. You're the ones. Got it.
We the ones.
Hey. Who's giving them the business?
Oh my gosh. And Lord have mercy.
I bought this just so I could play around with it on the podcast going forward.
Oh my gosh. Oh Lord. The Panthers playing the Saints. When they made it week 1, it was a rout in the Superdome. The Saints had their way with the Panthers. Who knows what's going to happen since this game will be in Charlotte. CBS will have that game. This is the last of the 1 p.m.s we're doing. Who do you have in this one?
I think whoever watches this game takes the And it's going to be a bigger one than what the players who took in the game by actually playing it, because you won't get that time back. Your eyes will begin to bleed. You'll feel the need to grab a plastic spork, primarily from KFC, and stab your eyes repetitively with it, okay? Because of what you just witnessed. So, with all that being said, Panthers fall to 1-8. And Saints win. It's the only thing I can see. Panthers are going for like the 18th consecutive year of having the number 1 overall pick.
Oh no! I think I think the Saints will have the 3rd win in the season too. Oh my gosh!
That's what it feels like.
Yeah.
Who's giving them the business?
All right, to the Sunday evening games. We'll start with the 4:05 one. The Eagles at 5-2. People were actually calling for Dick Sirianni's job at 2-2. Now with this 3-game winning streak, things seem to be on the up and up with them. They host the Jaguars at 2-6. CBS will carry it. 4:05 will be the kick. Who do you have in this game?
Put some spec on my man Dante's name.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Because Eagles are winning this game. They're going to win it decisively. It's not going to be as close as the Jaguars game that they had played in this past weekend, losing by a field goal. They're going to get mollywopped by the Eagles by 10 points or more. And that's my prediction as they are playing at home. They improved to 6-2. Jags fall to 2-7. And that's my take on this game.
Yeah, I think if they can, I think they'll be able to stick to the script that they did against the Bengals. And I think because of that, they will be able to execute the way that they're supposed to for the second week in a row. Because I would say they did that somewhat against the Giants, but they somewhat didn't. But yeah, I see the Eagles going to 6-2 with this W.
Who's giving them the business?
All right, the other 4:05 p.m. kick will have the 4-3 Bears going to the desert to play the NFC West leading Arizona Cardinals at 4-4. Who do you have in this one?
It's tough. This one is a little bit tougher to pick just because the Bears are coming off of a tough loss against the Commanders this past week. It definitely won't be taunting the crowd. I know that. Dude man's going to learn his lesson from that, considering how much the internet has had fun with him today from seeing all that. He's not going to make that same mistake twice. But you can't take the Cardinals lightly because of, how they have consistently been working within their transgressions throughout this season to try to overcome them to get to the point where they are at 500 and at the top of their division. This is tough, but I'm going to go with Arizona at home based in the way of what I saw with certain elements of it took Caleb Williams too long to get going in this game against the Commanders. And if you do this against the Cardinals, very similar to what it would be like with the Commanders, you need to be staying with them and consistent early and throughout the game and not wait until the end to start clicking on all cylinders, because you're either going to run out of time or you're going to give the other team just enough time to keep it on their side. I'm going with the Cardinals at home. They get Marvin Harrison Jr. going, Trey McBride going, James Conner, get the whole team going. Everything will be rocking and rolling in Arizona.
Wow. And most people were thinking that the Cardinals were just going to circle the drain, and now there's a possibility they can actually be 5-4 in running things in the NFC West. Mine have times changed very fast in the last month. Wow.
Who's giving them the business?
All right, now we talked on one of the four. Let's just say we talked on the other 4:05 game earlier in the week. Earlier in this segment, other than the show, I should say. The 4:25 start Fossil carried that kick. The other two teams, because the 49ers want to buy, the Seattle Seahawks at 4-4. I'm sorry.
Playmaker.
Oh, Seahawks at 4-4. They host the Rams at 3-4. And the playmaker says, boo! Drew picked the Cardinals, boo! Cole Johnson picked the Cardinals, boo! Come on, it's the Bears, man. I'm sorry.
I mean, yeah. Rewind.
Rewind. So the Seahawks there hosting the Rams, and Fox has a 425 kick for this NFC West showdown. Who do you have?
You know, with the way the Rams played this past week, Thursday Night Football, Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua stay healthy throughout the season, and they don't trade Cooper Kupp. Feel like they're going to go on a decent little run here. And it's, the sky's the limit. And with what we saw this past week out of the receivers, I feel like it's only a matter of time before they get this train a rolling. For my man Playmaker to make up for the last pick now, I'm going to give the nod to the Rams in this game.
He said that was payback for me. Well, I get it, because I come on these shows and I do stuff like that, but I do it for a purpose.
Hey, were you here earlier when I gave Cole a new nickname when he gets a little petty?
What? Petty?
Petty Percy.
Me? Petty? That's a total
surprise, motherfucker.
Go!
I want to say the Seahawks here, but the problem that I have with this team is that they seem to, like I said about the Ravens, they seem to be extremely inconsistent. They seem to be consistently that way. If they run the ball, I like their chances, but I think they won't. For whatever reason, I have no earthly idea. And because of that, and I think because I believe that the Wunderkind, and that's what I call Sean McVay, I believe the Wunderkind does have now what he should do on offense, which is to have Stafford spray it out to Nacua and Kupp and mix it in with running Kieran Williams. And because of that, I actually do see the Rams on the road getting a W in Seattle. So I see them being 4-4, and I think they're going to drop the Seahawks to 4-5. All right. So that leaves. That's for you, Playmaker.
Brought to you by P Squared.
Hey, who's giving them the business?
So that leaves the Sunday night game. The Vikings at 5-2. They host the 4-4 Indianapolis Colts. I'm sorry, let me do it the way one of us knows. Someone does it. Indianapolis Colts. 8:20 is the kick. NBC and Peacock carries the game. And who do you have in this one?
My voice has been cracking too much this morning from all that yelling. I can't be doing that high-pitched thing today. So you can I signed the rights over to doing that for his honor today and going forward. And I think that the India crappiness Colts.
Oh, why are you saying this, man?
You gotta love it. You gotta love it because that's how they're playing. Okay, the Indian crappiness, the India crapolis Colts.
Oh my gosh, man!
The Indianapolis Colts will fall to 4-5. The Vikings, after losing 2 consecutive games after starting 5-0, they need this.
They need a
win.
They need a victory.
Okay, they need it. They need it bad because if they fall to 5-3, this is going to look like that season where they started out hot and then they've ended at 8-8. This way, they would end it like 8-9 or 9-8, which would still be a fail in comparison to them winning the first 5 games of the season, and all the hype that was on them. So I get losing to the Lions. I am okay with their loss to the Lions. I'm not even mad at their loss in this past week to the Rams on Thursday Night Football because they had gotten Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp back, and we had expected to see some type of electricity from them. But in this game right here, against the IC Colts. Yes, I'm going to call them the IC Colts. Just to make it even better from now on. The ICU Colts will be in the ICU, and they'll turn things around and stop letting Tony, yes, old Tony Richardson back there, sling the ball to the defenders and not the receivers. I see Colts.
Tony on purpose. Goodness gracious. I did not call that man Tony on purpose.
I am, so you call me Petty Percy Jr.
Oh my. Okay. So since Anthony Richardson is the quarterback of the Colts, and I do not see him improving all that much. Sorry, Playmaker. And I'm saying that because Playmaker is a Gators fan and Richardson came from the University of Florida. I don't see him improving the way he should. And what I witnessed yesterday, it was just rather appalling as to how ill-equipped he is. And because of that, the Vikings should easily win this game. It's going to be a fight. The only way they won't is if they actually remember, oh, yeah, we have Jonathan Taylor in the backfield. We can use him. But since they have a collective case of amnesia, I see the Vikings winning this game. All right, well, give us your picks. We already know what Playmaker decides, what Playmaker thinks. Definitely with the Cardinals and the Bears, he's saying he's picking the Bears. How could we not? I mean, him saying stuff like that. And with comments like that and comments like with Sick, the Eagles can't let the Jaguars get the drop on them at home unless Jalen Hurts gets in his own way, which I agree with you on that. But I think they may have actually solved that problem. And that concludes today's On This Week's as well 2-minute drill. Give us your picks as to who you think are going to actually come out in week 9 of every game up until Monday night. We want to, and we do love to hear what you all have to say and what you all think. But until then.
Total Football Talk.
As long as it's one. Oh, that's great. I love it.
We have come to the end of this program called the Post Game. This is where we collect our final thoughts and we give what we think was what really caught our eye in this past week in the world of football. And Drew, with his final thoughts, the floor is yours.
What really caught my eye from this past week, it's a lot different watching the games at home than it is actually being, in a stadium live. There's 32 teams in the NFL. There's a lot of different stadiums. There's some really good ones. There's some average ones. And there's terrible ones. Okay. I hope that the Washington Commanders can secure a really good location for a new stadium, whether it's to remodel an old one, which I kind of hope they don't, because they put a lot of money into remodeling the old FedEx field that is now Northwest Stadium. I did see some improvements while being in there yesterday, but the amount of money that they spent, I just don't feel like it's going to fix everything, because you still have a horrible parking situation. Your food options aren't all that great. The prices for everything are still jacked up to the moon. And I understood it when they were jacked up to the moon, when you had to sell the tickets cheaper because the team was bad. Okay. The team's good now and the prices have gone up. So usually to counterbalance that out, most business options is you either A, bring the cost of food down, or B, if you're going to be having a sellout crowd, or at least close to a sellout crowd, you should probably offer them some pretty good food choices, pretty good pricing too. Make them want to come back. I'm not sure how it is in the other 31 NFL teams of the league. I haven't been to the other 31 stadiums and watched, NFL football. It'd be nice to knock that off my list. But what I can say about the situation going on with the Washington Commanders is they still have more work to do. The on-field product looking very good. But if you don't do something to improve your parking situation at Northwest Stadium, if you don't find a way to improve your pricing for your food, I understand adult beverages and drinks and stuff, they're going to be jacked up. It's like that everywhere. But food options, you at least need to be able to provide better food options and better pricing, because there's a lot of reports out there. You watch different things, different YouTube creators, different content creators. There's several different videos on like the top 3 or top 5 worst sports stadiums throughout NFL, baseball, whichever, on there. And every single list, I promise you, it's on there, is the Washington Commanders Stadium. Now, a lot of this is pre-2024, but you're talking to somebody who has been there in 2011, 2016, 2018, 2019, 2022, and now 2024. And there is not much difference when it comes to vending, when it comes to the food options, all right, and the price. If you're going to have prices that are jacked to the moon, you need to have the quality. People want to pay for quality, not quantity, and not overpay for something that they can get at a fraction of the cost somewhere else. Okay, so that's my rant I wanted to go on here at the end of this show, since it is football related. Hopefully it passes on to other stadiums around the league and in other sports, because if you really want the fans to keep coming back, spend several $100s for tickets. And then, depending on where they live, in my case, could be about 3 hours away from Landover. What's going to entice the fan to want to come back when they can just watch it in the luxury of their own home, cook the food they want to have the people over that they want to have over, and do it all in front of a big screen TV watching the football game, rather than go there? And even though I went to it, out of all the games I've been to, yesterday was the best game. I want to get this out there because people like myself want to be able to go and experience those moments, but you got to make it worthwhile. This is why a lot of people tailgate, but you're still inside of a place for 3 hours and there's no re-entry. So once you step out from the building, from the stadium, they won't let you back in. So with all that being said, if you want to be able to keep the people, if you want to be able to increase the revenue, food is where the heart is for a lot of people. And as someone who is bigger, of the big bone caliber, I'm saying this to motivate you, Washington Commanders, to get your expletive together with your concessions. And I rest my case.
Concessions, huh? Okay. I can understand that, especially if it hasn't changed in almost 15 years. Yeah, I can understand why you would have that take. I had a feeling he was probably going to say something, not in the well, he says things negative. No, in the if you had to actually critique something, I figured that's the area you would have. Yeah,
had to.
Yeah,
but other than that, the experience was great.
Yeah, I can tell. I can tell you enjoyed it, and I enjoyed it for you. Just living vicariously through you. It looked like it was a great experience. I reserved comments about what my colleague, partner, and brother said earlier, but I'm going to say it here now. Miami Dolphins, I'm vastly disappointed in you. And the reason why I am is, and I had this conversation with a fellow journalist friend of mine, and I said that it's a shame that money means a lot to you, and it means more. And I'm not talking about the person, I mean the organization and the league. Money seems to mean more than anything else. Safety be darned, money means it all. And you all, Dolphins and the Shield, You want to embrace the concept of player safety, especially with the Guardian helmets. How many have we seen on the field? I rest my case on that. Now, you talk about that you're about player safety and that you're about the player's health. Yet, I remember when I lived in a certain house, and I believe in that same house, a former NFL player was there because I kept seeing mail getting sent at least once a month talking about, well, we want to make sure that you, as a former player, get the proper help necessary. And I'm thinking to myself, wait a minute, I thought this was taken care of being that you were a member of the team, of an NFL team, and that they would want to actually engender you to be a wonderful ambassador for the product until they pass away. I figured that was a done deal. And then I saw another letter that said that it was about a settlement. I'm like, wow. The Shield, with as much money as you make, you all are about that money and you're all about hoarding it. So imagine my surprise, or not, when I saw that Tua Tagovailoa was going to start this Sunday's game at home against the Cardinals. I'm not surprised. I figured that he would want to start. What I am upset with is with you and with the NFL. This man's safety is not being regarded. And it sucks for me to say it because I love the sport a lot. But this man's safety is of paramount importance. Why is it? We saw him the last time he was on the field, other than yesterday, run up the middle, get a first down, and he lightly brushed against the chest of one Damar Hamlin. And it was as if he got hit hard, head-to-head collision, somebody flying at him, because he was lying on the ground with his hands like this. It wasn't even a hard contact that made him concussed. It was a regular tackle that made him concussed. But, he wants to play. We want him to play. He's tough enough. He's cleared concussion protocol. Let's send the product back on the field. Not the man, not the human being, the product. I mean, we got to get a return on our investment. I mean, he signed for the bag. He got the bag. Now we got to make sure that return on investment is available. So as much as we would love to be about the player safety, let's shove them on the field. Damaged goods and all. And that's the problem I have. You all should have said, and I'm talking about Miami Dolphins, I'm talking about the NFL. You should have said to Mr. Tagovailoa, under those circumstances, are you going to be playing NFL football the rest of this year? We love your passion. We love your commitment. We love your heart. We need to have more players like you in the league. And you are a quality human being to boot. But because you seem to not have the ability to stay on the field upright, even with non-threatening tackle hits, you need to stay out of NFL action the rest of this year. And we probably would say we shouldn't see you try to even be close to contact until training camp in July. You should, if you are about player safety, ban these players from having any type of contact at all. You can clear them for concussion protocol in terms of being out in the rest of society. Yes, do that. But in terms of football, especially with a guy who has been known to have, 3 concussions, and I say 4 personally, in the last 5 years, he shouldn't play. He shouldn't play at all until next year. the play that he had when he brushed against DeMar Hamlin's chest should have been the last play of Tua Tagovailoa's 2024 year. But no, you need to get the wins because you got a season to prepare, and you have a lot of teammates that want to support it, and you need to win. Winning is one thing. Survival with a human being is another, and you're prioritizing the wrong things. We got to start prioritizing the players' health over everything else, because they are the reason why we watch the product. Not you, not the Shield. The players are. And so if you're not going to protect the players, what good is the league? And that's not what I want to say, but it has to be said because for some reason, you all don't think that you all are accountable for this man's injuries. But you are. And you got to start acting like you're accountable for him. And when you have a guy who seems to have concussion issues, you have to be the person who is the arbiter of protection. And you have to, in this case, in Tua's situation, protect him from himself. Because if he's not going to pull back, and I don't think he would, and most players wouldn't because they want to play, you got to do it for him. Yeah, we can say, yeah, it's, we can tough it out. We can be men. We're tough. We can endure everything. You can't do everything. We've seen this man go down multiple times in the past 2 years. No. Protect this man from himself and start actually paying the actions to the lip service that you say that you're about player safety. And again, I asked that question. Those Guardian caps, I thought that players could wear it on the field in regular season games. Why haven't we seen anyone wear them?
As long as it's one. It's great. I love it. I hope it actually is recording. Listening to it.
I do have a correction. We have had some players wear them on the field during the games, but Tua should be like enforced to wear it because during what you said was great, especially with what he said this past week in his interviews where he was asked about wearing the Guardian cap, and he had said it's his own personal choice into not using it. I think that they should literally force his hand and say, if you are going to play, if we are going to allow you to play, whether it's the Dolphins or if it has to go up the chain in the NFL, they need to force his hand and make him wear the damn cap.
Yeah. Because it makes no sense whatsoever to have this man go down. And now it's to the point where he doesn't have to be hit as hard and he receives these concussions. Yeah. And the NFL is not protecting him from himself. Yeah.
You can get hit with a paper football, like the kind you used to make back in school and flip them around. Get hit with that in the head, get a concussion. He's so fragile now. He is literally Humpty Dumpty at quarterback now.
And I wish that was a joke.
I'm not joking. I'm being serious.
I know you're being serious because you're exactly 100% correct. Someone just flick a paper football, and that actually, if it hits his head, more than likely he could be concussed by it. That is how bad off he is. And I'm sick of the NFL saying, yeah, we are about player safety, and they do nothing of the sort. Well, that's my take, and I've been holding that all week long. All right. Is there anything else you have before we let the tribe go, sir?
Tomorrow, for the first time in several weeks, probably a couple months, Commander Gridiron Report will be back on Tuesday. This is not a bluff. This is not, I'm going to try, like I have been saying each and every time. I'm actually off this week on PTO, so I'm going to make it happen. Don't know if it'll be at 1 o'clock, because 1 o'clock is generally the time that I do it, so that way I can knock it out and go to work like we normally do with Total Football Talk. But I think no later than 3 o'clock. It depends on how long it takes me tonight to break this episode down for the MP3 version and also prepare some other things that I have to display and share during that episode tomorrow. I also will be making a special guest appearance tomorrow at 7 o'clock p.m. Eastern time on No Credentials Required with Brian McCarthy, Dustin Henry. They've invited me. I told them that I had the availability. And I haven't really been sharing the availability of openness with doing the podcasting because I got some other things this week that I want to do and get done. So between Commander's show tomorrow, No Credentials Required, and Total Football Talk Extra on Friday, I will still be around on the airwaves. I still got some promos I got to create. I also am going to decide this week and possibly record the next episode of D. Willie in the Evening. Is finally making its way back, and just have to 1000% make sure that this is doable because I don't want to overload myself because I'm going to be honest. It's like I was telling Paul Kelly yesterday, Commander's Gridiron Report almost didn't come back this season. And it was mainly because I was like, man, I went through a tough year last year. They were absolutely terrible. I did an episode each and every week breaking it down. It was not fun, and I didn't want to subject myself to it again. But I made the decision. I was like, if I stop it and I'm like actually stopping it, I'm probably not going to go back to it. So I would much rather give it a shot. And if we have fun, keep it going. Well, that's what happened. And now it's here. And because of that, other projects like the In or Out Sports Debate, D. Will in the Evening have kind of subsided a little bit. And I'm trying to find a way to at least bring that one back in because that's still a lot less in depth as the In or Out Sports Debate is. So some news to come, some things to figure out this week. But just like a regular week, when I get this show done with Cole and then go to work, it's a great way to start my week and to start all the other things that I mentioned. So even though we had like a special edition running over to 4 hours, which is something we don't really do anymore because we do have slight time restrictions, I'm appreciative to him to let me get the rest where he was able to get his work mixed in to where we could still do this, but also have like an extended special edition show to where we could share some extra things from the past weekend.
Yeah.
But also give some like real heartfelt takes on certain things. So had a lot of fun with this one and look forward to getting back up next Monday, normal time.
Yeah, I did too, actually. Even with the elongated time and the extra stuff that we did. Yeah, I definitely enjoyed it. And then thank you for sharing your adventure in Northwest Stadium between the Bears and the Commanders. Totally appreciate that. Had a lot of fun just living with you, living the experience with you vicariously. Well, if you want to find out where you can contact Drew, all you have to do is go on to Instagram.com/Sertoba_media, at X is Sertoba_media.
Go to work.
TikTok. At TikTok, it is _Sertoba, and at YouTube, it is Sertoba Media. That is SIRTOBA, Sertoba Media. Now, if you want to reach me, you can go to the Comey Media Incorporated YouTube channel or the BS3 Morning Shift Cole Johnson YouTube channel or flowcode.com/page/host Cole Johnson. That's flowcode.com/page/host Cole Johnson. Well, we both thank you for liking, for sharing, for subscribing, for commenting. The comments have been absolutely wonderful today, especially, and for hitting that notification bell and subscribing to all of the content from the Sertoba Media YouTube channel and or the Comey Media Incorporated YouTube channel. We both appreciate the love, and we send the love right back out at you. For Drew Willingham, I'm Cole Johnson, here to say in parting, as we always do, in life, just like a tackle, keep your head up. And as always, you got to play until the whistle blows.
And most importantly, in life as well, stay safe out here in these motherfathering streets.
See ya.